Like Picasso, I iced out my vatos, I'm really up. Big ass beamer, big bands in my Bentley necks. Don't play around on my phone, ho, give me sex. Watch on my wrist, out of date, but it's Rolex. Grizzly up next, I'm up now, strap your bullet vest.
550, 600 hundreds, 720s, let's get straight to it. 810s, what's that 8 bands? Hit the store and get some rubber bands, let's get straight to it. Everybody come together, everybody got the plan, he came with you. So if he steal it, fall on you, we on your ass. Hey, yo, mans, call his mans, make sure they ain't moving fast. Soon as they touch Atlanta, get with both, secure the bag, nigga.
A-back security, that's on my mama, bro. Ace and little hoe, she right that dick, Yokohama flow. Made that shit double, got a Uzi, I don't scuffle, not a banger, but that banger in my glove like an airbag. Niggas only aiming in the sky, call those Air Max. All up in demons, copping shit like fucking price tag. I'm ballin', ain't there a right nigga in the game that I'm calling. If I need help, about dollars by my CQ.
You swear your bitch faithful, she sent her location. I hit her at the trap indicator, she basic. Chop with the laser, get decapitated. Can't smoke, I'm on papers, hold on, this my Jamaica. Love one, niggas want me dead, so I'm steady praying. Ain't no disrespect without retaliation. Fuck a hotel, I hit her in the basement. Text her later like I'm done with you, I got a situation, baby.
Well shit, bro, let me get her then. I'm a dogger out the switcheroo to the lion's den. Nigga talking down my bro, got more heat than a frying pan. Gucci around my hair, wrapped tight like I'm Taliban.
Like I'm Taliban, how we drop shit. Go. Lot of dreadheads, lot of chopsticks. Touch my nigga Yachty, get your top ripped. Don't ask the price if you know you ain't tryna cop shit.
You the type to look around but never cop shit. Ay, I'm the type to buy the store, make them restock it. Ay, beam on everything I own, I will not miss. Grizzly by my side like a pilot riding cockpit.
Yachty, I might stop rapping for this one reason. If the feds hear this shit, I'm doing 100 seasons. In the hood, shooting craps in my Yeezys. Put angels on you niggas who be playing like y'all demons.
Middle finger to them niggas hating and faking, they plying on my death. I get they mothers deep penetration. This diamond choker for some reason, give me pure ventilation. Every real nigga living will respect this collaboration.
We the bust down brothers, check the rollies out. Say you winning one more time, I'm pulling trophies out. Niggas know we out, no sex, all Kobe's out. In other words, I'm with all shooters that'll blow you down.
From the D to the A, put respect on it. If that's your hoe on my dick, got a mouse on it. I'm from the south, I got diamonds in my teeth. I got fur on my fleece, my new ring to pay your lease.
Nigga, chain on my dresser next to my indictment. When they said not guilty, I was so excited. From the A to the D, bitch, you heard Yachty. Rape coming this summer, I'ma have your bitch driving.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing today? Sorry about this fucking mic, guys. Listen, let me tell you guys something. I'm going back and watch these streams, and my mic sounds like shit, so I'm gonna get that fixed. I don't know what the fuck is up with that. I got a nice mic too. I got a Yeti, How's everybody doing in the chat today? Let's see. Shout out Cosmic Bread, been here from the start. What's up, No More Libs? How you doing, man? Comrade Romana, how you doing? Quindy, what's up? What's up, Mr. Cyber? What's up, Temu Jin? What's up, Great Gaddafi's Ghost? Seen you on our Twitter, man. Been seeing you on that shit. What's up, Anun Kassan? Thanks for that email, man. Alright, that was you who emailed those, right? No, sorry, that was someone else. No, that was you. Okay. What's up, Neat Feet? Out here. Neat Feet just sent me something in the DMs the other day. He sent me that you guys created a thread about infrared on that website, Lefty Pool. And I didn't check it. I didn't look at it. We're going to look at it together soon. I was waiting for our next stream to do that. What up, Jawad? Jawad from Pakistan. What's up, man? Arctic Angel. What's up? What's up, Red Dundonian? What's up, Eli Ace? How you doing, man? Full Metal. What's up, man? Purple and Yellow. What's up? What's up, V1 Sage? Visage. What's up, man? How you guys doing today? Oh, man. Shit, man. You know, I couldn't stream yesterday. I told you guys because I'm getting, you know, gotta take some time. But I'm back again today. We're back again today. And it's gonna, I don't know if we're gonna have a stream tomorrow, but I think definitely Saturday we're gonna have one. You know, 100% Saturday we're gonna have one. What's up, Shy Lethal? How you doing, man? I think it's the first time I've been seeing you in this chat. How you doing, man? That works. All right, guys. So you guys want to take it from the top? You want to look at this Lefty Pool shit first things first, or what? When I mean strong human race, I mean humanity who helps primitive aliens. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really just don't. I just don't. Okay. But I agree with you, I guess. All right, guys. What's up? What do you think? We're going to do MS Paint this stream. What are you talking about? Definitely, I've been prepared. I have Zen. I'm in a Zen state of mind right now because I'm prepared to be triggered. You know, I'm prepared to be triggered by this thread on Lefty Pool. So, we're going to probably need to make use of MS Paint because that's the only language these people understand. You know, we're simplifying shit. And it just, yeah. What up, John? How you doing, man? Yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna have to happen. All right, let's get right to it. I hope you have the stomach for 180 plus. Neat, I trust Neat. Neat, tell me in the DMs because there's a chat delay. Tell me in the DMs, is there anything NSFW is gonna get me banned on that thread? Actually, I can look at it right now without putting on stream. I'm gonna look at it right now. Okay. Here it is. All right, I'm checking it out. Okay, just gonna briefly skim. No spoilers. No spoilers. Seen some frogs. And a lot of text. Wow. Okay, nothing NSFW. The only language we understand is shitting on Anglos. Yeah. All right, guys, I want to clarify something too. Because I kind of felt bad. Because you know what, guys? There's a lot of based English people from the British Isles, and they're based. And also, there's a cool, unique style in the British Isles that I fuck with a lot. They have cool fashion. They got cool trends and shit. I don't have hatred for English people. For me, Anglo means a certain civilizational dogmatism. It's a type of curse. And that's why when English people are fighting U.S. imperialism, they're actually fighting against the Anglo. Remember, the first victims of the Anglo disease were English people themselves, right? The first victims. Okay, for sure. Thanks for the DM. Yeah, I want to clarify that. It's not like a racial thing, okay? I don't hate English people. There's a lot of based English people, okay? For me, Anglo is this type of empiricistic, you know what I'm saying? This dogmatism, these people who think they know what Marxism is and they just confuse it with Anglo-Saxon metaphysical dogmas and shit. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to Anglos, okay? And you know me, I don't give a fuck, right? I'm not pandering to nobody, but I'm just telling you, I don't have any hatred in my heart for English people, okay? I don't. Just thought I should clarify that, put that out there. But there is a unique pathology of the passed down by the English ruling class. You got all these motherfuckers, right? From the Malthusians, the race scientists, to the, empiricists, Bertrand Russell, all those analytical, dogmatic people. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. No hatred whatsoever. Okay, let's check this out. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Ooh, I feel like I'm about to be triggered. I'm about to be triggered. Immediately, I'm about to be triggered. Let's see. There we go. Wow, that worked. Okay, let's look at the thread starter. This thread is for a discussion on infrared. Infrared is a group with Haas being the leader. False. This is false. Okay, guys? Stop making shit up. This is not true. It's just that I'm the most active streamer. And admittedly, so far, the most energetic one. But this doesn't make me the leader, okay? For example, all of our videos are edited by our guy Viguare from Romania. Without him, we would be nothing. We'd be nothing. I'm just a fucking idiot who gets on camera and yells and shit. Okay? Don't call me the leader. Most of those interviews you see were not set up by me. Okay? They're really good ones we have. So let's not start these memes, okay? This is not true. Simply not true. If this was the case, guys, we would not. You see how I am, right? I'm a fucking jackass. So let's not. Don't blame everybody. And by the way, not everybody, is acts like an ass like I do. Okay. So let's get that off the bat. From my perspective, they draw a lot of influences from Martin Heidegger. Well, okay. Western thought in the 20th century. Anyone who's dealing with the Western thought in the 20th century in any serious way, even these analytic people who found it necessary to go out of their way to dismiss him, Heidegger is the formative influence. He started a revolution in thought in the 20th century. If you know anything about the history of thought in general, in the 20th century, this guy Heidegger was formative. He initiated a revolution. I would call it the ontological revolution. All of these trends you see. Everybody you know of Deleuze, Lacan, postmodernists, object-oriented ontologists. Sorry, I'm going to put myself back in here. All that kind of stuff all comes from Heidegger. Okay? So credit where credit's due. We're not dogmatic Heideggerians. We just acknowledge Heidegger initiated some kind of revolution in thought, and we're dealing in that area, but we don't agree with Heidegger's conclusions. Okay? He didn't really have any conclusions either. Dugin. Okay, we read Dugin in Geopolitics. Again, because it goes back to Heidegger. Who does Dugin's main influence? Heidegger. Kojève, same exact thing. Heidegger. Lacan, same thing. Heidegger. Lacan, Kojève to Heidegger. They're all post-Heideggerians here. All of these people he just mentioned are post-Heideggerians. Okay? These are all people responding to what began with Heidegger. This is what they all have in common. All these people have Heidegger in common. Okay? So, clarifying this, we're just Marxist-Leninists. That's all we've called ourselves. We're Marxist-Leninists, but it is our view that in the Western context, to make that understandable to the Western mind and to translate Marxism-Leninism to the West, you need Heidegger. They don't need it in Russia and China and stuff because they have reality, right? They have reality itself because they have a sacred and unspeakable understanding of their civilizational, national, whatever reality. They don't need Heidegger. The West, right? Because we're all Cartesian and abstract individuals, we need thinkers like Heidegger to make sense of Marxism-Leninism. And to me, Marxism-Leninism isn't some abstract formal doctrine. To us, it's an index of real experience and tradition in history. Okay? So let's first dispel this idea that Marxism-Leninism is a set of axiomatic that's what the Anglos think, right? That's what they think. But in reality, Marxism-Leninism is just a word. Marxism-Leninism is just a word that is an index of definite historical, political, and so on tradition, okay? The way Marxism-Leninism is able to make sense outside the West is very different from how we have to make sense of it here. You think I began as a Heideggerian, I like having to deal with all this shit? No. But you have to make sense of it in the West. Otherwise, you're going to run into confusion. And what I'm saying is, that's why in the West, they don't get far. Marxists are full of confusion. All sorts of assumptions they make, and they draw all sorts of stupid conclusions. And Marxists are unable to get anywhere in the West. Why? Because people in the East can take things for granted that in the West you can't. So you have to deal with this schizo shit just to make sense of ordinary, simple reality outside the West. Okay? What's this guy's deal? Anglo man bad? Well, okay. Don't you guys see that there's a change historical from Anglo to China now? There's different cycles in after modernity, right? You had Spain, the Dutch, Portugal, not in order. Then England, right? Now we have America, which is kind of an extension of England. Now we're moving to China. So if I'm shitting on Anglo, man, it's because it's a type of curse, dogmatic curse of thought that is not up to date with the actual historical change we're experiencing. Marxism is not a Western ideology. Well, if you saw the cover image of this stream, the thumbnail, I don't see how anyone could think of it as a Western ideology. You have to be a fucking idiot to think that. The only reason Marxism has any relevance whatsoever is because these guys in the East, the stuff that's going on in the East, were shouldering everything. No one would have remembered Marx or Marxism were it not for what happened in Russia, China, and etc., where 25% of the world's population was living under Marxist governments. Almost all of those, if not all of those, were outside of the West. I don't consider Eastern Europe to be inside the West, so there's that too. Okay? I don't know how this is you guys think this is a heterodox view? Is this a heterodox view? How is Marxism a Western ideology when it has only been defined, maintained, and given relevance outside of the West? Is it fair to call it a Western ideology? Is it fair to call it an ideology at all? I don't even agree with the view that it's an ideology. Merkel is based in anti-imperialist. I never said that once. You refer to the MS Paint painting number 53 where Neon, and I think this is Neon, and I think I'm going to predict that all of the haters in this thread are 1 to 3 people, and one of them is Neon. Yeah, Neon made this up. I never said this or implied this in any way whatsoever. I didn't never fucking say the word Merkel. And by the way, I find it interesting, Neon, you accuse us of being Merkelis, but then you said we're third worlders who hate the West. So pick your fucking battles, right? Pick which one you want to choose. First we're third worlders who hate the West, we're Dugenists, and now we're Merkelis. Dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're reducing the entire German nation to Merkel. You're reducing the entire German reality to Merkel. I don't agree with that. I just don't. But if you think in idealist terms, I guess whoever is the latest celebrity figurehead, head of state, objectively just represents the entire historical tendency and course of... You know, it's such a stupid way of thinking. Socialism is when China does stuff. Okay? We never said that. We already live in socialism. We did say that. Socialism is actually like feudalism. We kind of said that. Ontological. I don't know why you guys are scared of this word. All ontology means is the question of being. It's being, right? Different ontologies have different understanding and idea of what being is. And guys, believe it or not, the materialist dialectic is an ontology, has a definite ontological stance. But Anglos want to hide that from you and pretend like dialectical materialism, materialist dialectic, is reducible to a set of systemic axioms and is merely an extension of the empiricism, right? But it's not that. It's not that. Marx was very clear that, guys, the conclusions that I've come to because I'm a Marxist first and foremost. Okay? I didn't begin this way, hating on the Anglo stuff or whatever. First, I began as a Marxist. You understand? So, don't let this word ontology scare you. The thing that should scare you is the foreclosure of being that was initiated after Anglo-Saxon modernity. A foreclosure of being that led to a dogmatic, kind kind of curse where only implicitly one type of being was understood as real and taken for granted. And then Heidegger reintroduces this question of being in terms of thought. And then I would argue in actual reality, with the October Revolution in Russia, you had an actual challenge of the Anglo-Saxon foreclosure of being, a new type of Russian being, revival of Russian civilization. So they think Marxism is if Marxism is not an ideology, then what is? I don't think it's an ideology. I think ideologies are things that are specific to time and place. I think Marxism is above all a type of stance in relation to what is called modernity. It's a type of position in thought and in practice and so on in relation to modernity. Its actual content is actually open. It's not predefined or written anywhere. I mean, it's Dialectics 101. I don't agree it's an ideology at all. Let me ask you a question, Base Mango. If Marxism is an ideology, name one dogmatic axiom that is true for all of time and means the same thing for all of time that is unique and exclusive to Marxism. You cannot find one premise of Marx and Engels' thinking, not one premise that stays constant forever. Just like infrared, you cannot find one premise. We're Duginists, we're Heideggerians, we're Merkelists. You're throwing all these terms at us because you cannot find, because we're simply Marxists. You can't find one dogmatic premise that defines our view. All you're seeing is the development and application of thought in real time. No, just another fucking schizo fandom like with Rafik. This is ancient beef. It's not my drama, okay? I'm new to Lefty Pool, so can anybody nail down a concrete position policy that defines their ideology? No, you can't, because we think dialectically, so no, you can't. You can't. What defines our position can only be revealed by example and by practice. All struggle is hitherto been class struggle. What does that mean, Jake Scottman? What is class struggle? It's a phrase from the fucking Communist Manifesto. It's not a dogmatic tenet of Marxism. That's something Marx and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto. Yeah. Do you want to say that everything they wrote is a systemic axiom of the Marxist ideology? No, it's not. Because if you were to apply it that way, you would end up in contradictions. Contradictions, yeah. I mean, the whole reason why we have a heterodox view of Marxism, and why everyone who's smart does, by the way, it's not just us, it's everyone who's fucking smart, is because when you have a dogmatic view of Marxism becomes an absurdity. It immediately contradicts itself, and it becomes bullshit. And if you guys want me to draw that out, I can. Okay? Materialist dialectic, historical materialism. If you think about those things dogmatically and one-sidedly, right, like Anglos do, Marxism devolves into fucking absurdity. Okay? Not everything they wrote is a manifesto. Okay, what do you mean by dogmatic? Okay, you're talking about some fucking medieval special view of what dogmatic is. I'm saying the manifesto... Oh, we got Iris here. I'm saying it's not dogmatic in the sense that it's not etched forever in time. There's, it's not like some premise. Not trying to argue that familiar with definition of ideology. Ideology is necessarily dogma? No. I don't agree with that. Hey, dude, I got into an argument with you, and I know, Iris, I remember you. I shouldn't have put too many laugh emojis. Well, okay, Iris, listen. Iris, no hard feelings, no beef. We don't hold grudges. No grudges at all, okay? I appreciate you coming here and, acknowledging how that would be some hostile behavior. I, in turn, don't want to have any hard feelings between us, right? Don't take it personally, right? It triggered me, but don't take it personally, okay? But could you explain why we were living in socialism again? I'm sure that it's going to be brought up in this thread I'm looking at, so I would say stay tuned. I'm sure it's going to be brought up sometime soon. We need some basis to our method. Maybe dogma isn't the word. Jake, to me, the basis isn't inscribed somewhere in the past. It's constantly developing and unfolding from a future-oriented perspective. That's my view of it. So you're constantly refreshing and replenishing your ideological belief by having a certain type of active relationship to reality from a future-oriented perspective as it's actually unfolding. You're not looking into the past and looking for some dogma or even some specific method to just emulate on the terms as it was written in the past. We're going to probably get into this because I'm sure this thread is full of kind of bullshit about infrared. Khmer Rouge is utopian. It's kind of random. Eurasian Marxism. See, you guys have to invent all of these phrases. And no, Neon and Ray are not inside the shadow realm. If they continue on their thing, they're in the shadow realm. But if they come and they want to squash beef, we can squash beef. There's no grudges. So they're not in the shadow realm. There's no grudges against them. I don't even, guys, when I was using Neon and Ray as an example in the past MS Paint stream, it was all jokes and laughs. There was nothing serious behind that. Okay? I don't have a grudge against them. I don't. What are we using to replenish it? That's a more complicated question. I got to get through this thread. Is there not something we are continuously developing? Yes. Yes. What I would say is that, what are we using to replenish it? Just to quickly respond to that, because I don't want to leave you hanging. I guess what I would say to that matter is that you're never frugal. You're always reproducing your position, is how I'd put it. You're always arriving at the real conditions of your position. And what I mean by replenish them is that you're always forcing upon your position its real conditions of existence. I guess that's the best way I could put it. So yeah, Moppinism and Bookchinism. Where does this come from? I don't know where this comes from. This one's weird. Bookchinism. Anyone want to explain why we're Bookchinists? He noticed this? Yeah. From what I understand, there... Okay, I don't know what this... I kind of get what you're trying to say, but I wouldn't put it this way. I would say that the proletariat refers to an essence deeper than a specific demographic, cultural and geographical demographic. I definitely would agree with that the proletarian can be abstracted as a deeper essence, but every abstraction takes us, again, to have a deeper and more clarified sense of the concrete. So there's also that, you rise from the abstract to the concrete. But since we're living in socialism already, this is going to piss a lot of people off. Almost everyone's a kind of worker today, right? So we have to rethink of these things. Everyone's a kind of worker citizen, You're not just a citizen in a modern country. A citizen also implies a certain economic relationship to society. I'm talking politically, even politically, which you can say is a worker. It's almost similar to how it was in the Soviet Union. So it's a little tricky. I know what I say triggers a lot of people, but it needs to be said. Like I said, guys, I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I know infrared is doing extremely well, and we're growing so rapidly fast. And by the way, guys, look at the live chat right now. What other stream has this active of a live chat with this amount of viewers? I see streams with hundreds of viewers. They don't even have a diverse and active chat like we have right here, as much as this. So make no mistake, infrared's blowing up. But I think just because we have such a talented cast of people, hold on. Okay, one sec. So I forgot to send out the link, but one sec. Because we have such a talented cast of people, I think if we were just parroting shit that these people who hate us want to hear, and the just repeating, communism is a stateless, classless society, and all this kind of shit, if we were just repeating all these platitudes I'm seeing all over YouTube, I think we would have already gotten way more views and way more engagement than we do now. But if I were to do that and just repeat this kind of bullshit, I would feel a sickness in my stomach. And I wouldn't be able to do it. And my prediction is that in the short term, it's maybe going to hurt us. In the long term, we're going to explode. Because you're going to see as time passes, these dogmas are not going to... They're not going to pan out for people. They're not going to be adequate in addressing this deeper striving people have to have a fresh and actually contemporary and relevant understanding of reality now. The problem with... Okay... You guys are debating about Kampuchea in the chat. It's really strange. Um, is this a sex cult? No. This thread is revisionist, okay, dude. This is really stupid, okay? These are the MLM people calling us revisionists. You guys don't know what this word revisionist means, okay? Revisionist means when you say, for example, that a new event in reality means that Lenin and Marx were retrospectively wrong. You know, that's where it's decisive about revision. Kautsky and them were revisionists because they used a new development in history to liquidate and deny Marx's original discovery. They didn't simply say we need to update Marx, which is what Lenin did, by the way, objectively. Was Lenin a revisionist? What they did was say that retrospectively Marx was actually wrong, and this was proven by the fact that the workers' revolution never happened and that there was a rise of the middle class. Lenin's actually the one who saved Marx's original discovery precisely by being heterodox. Okay? And I don't know, is this stuff I'm saying schizo? Because I think it's pretty clear, crystal clear as day. Based forward-looking, Haas, have you 5-year plans for... Not quite 5 years, no. But people are making videos and stuff. There are stuff in the works, you know. It's so the streaming is just one aspect. Do you have any plans to articulate your positions more clearly in literature? Yes. And it already is Visage. It already is. It's just a matter of how I want to roll this stuff out. Because if you've seen how much people have taken us out of context and, you know, basically just lied about what infrared is and made up all this shit, imagine if I were to put this into writing and how people would snip shit out and just discourage anyone from wanting to interact with the writings. Like, if they could do this with a video, imagine what they could do with writing, you know? So, we're working on it. Dugin is a Fed, but this is a meaningless phrase as you're using it. You can call anything an idealist, including Marx himself. I think you're just using the word idealist to refer to any thinker that hasn't conformed to your safe space, mental safe space. So everything's just idealist if they think in a way that you're not comfortable or familiar with. I actually would agree that in a more qualified and elaborated sense, Dugin and Heidegger are idealists. But so was Hegel. Hegel was also an idealist. That doesn't mean materialists have nothing to learn from them. The reason I think Heidegger and Dugin are idealists is because they ultimately do not rise from the abstract to the concrete, but infrared does. When we say we learn from Heidegger, our conclusion from Heidegger is a type of concrete materialist analysis of polities and states. You look at a state and you ask the simple question, how is this polity reproduced at the level of the people within which it exercises dominion? If you go on our live streams, go on our playlist for live streams and click on Communism, State, and Class, you're going to find that this is a very Heideggerian type of materialist analysis. But Heidegger himself doesn't go that far. Just like Hegel didn't. But Alfred Egger, with a capital H-A-A, what a fool. Alfred. I'm trying to find his profile picture. Someone link me Alfred's profile. We'll review Alfred's profile. We'll see who the fool is. We'll see who the fool is. It's okay. He seems to have anger issues. Yeah, you guys do trigger me. Not gonna lie. But I'm trying to work on it. Okay, this one's interesting. This belongs in IG. Why the fuck does every random YouTuber deserve a thread, let alone one that has less than 500 subs? You don't realize how fast we're growing is your problem. Every single day we're growing. Every single stream we're growing. Every single stream we have more viewers and more engagement than the one before. We're growing very fast, dude. You're not going to be able to stop us, okay? You're going to wake up one day and realize infrared is a thing. Like, it's established and it's out there. Everyone who's here is just the first people to witness it, okay? But make no mistake of the fact, we're growing. You're going to have to reckon with us one way or another. You're not going to be able to stop us. That's what I mean when I say, oh, okay, not you left. Well, okay, my apologies, Alfred. Infrared simply cannot be stopped. It's as simple as that. We can't be stopped, guys. So we may have less than 500 subs, but just wait. Stay tuned, okay? Stay tuned. They come off as a bunch of schizos trying to drag Dengism. See, look, guys, when we have 5,000 subs, this is the type of guy that start respecting us and start to, oh, okay, I understand now. You've won me over. Now I get it. It's arrogance, dude. Just because we have less than 500 subs, you're going to regret it because we are going to get big. And I'm not going to forget the people in this thread who is talking all this shit, because you're going to see when we do get big and established and shit, we become a thing, because we are going to become a thing. We're going to remember all you arrogant people who, look down on us and spit on us and shit on us just because you weren't familiar with us. Here we go with this schizo word again. It seems to me that every time I see this word schizo, it just means people who look at infrared. They can't pin us down. They can't categorize us into something, they can't put us in a box because we think dialectically. They call that schizophrenia. To all the schizo people, I want to ask a simple question. Simple question. With all of the rapid growth and engagement infrared is receiving, are all these, if what we're saying is just meaningless nonsense, why is it appealing to so many people and at such a rapid pace? If they're schizos and we're somehow on the same, frequency, there has to be some kind of common meaning being conveyed and established. There is a common meaning. If there's some kind of common thread of meaning, you can't really just call us schizos. There is a method to our madness, so to speak. So you need to get more creative. And you also need to get more creative with all of your terms, Dengism, Eurasianism, Merkelism. Get more creative because it's not going to last, okay? It's not going to work. Schizo and then... See, it's very strange. How are we the schizos when you're the ones schizophrenically using all these terms to describe us? Dengism, Merkelism, Eurasianism. You're throwing out all these terms and making all these Olympic leaps and assumptions. How are we the schizo? You sound fucking schizophrenic, dude. You sound schizophrenic trying to just... That's like the definition of schizophrenia too, by the way. Schizophrenics do that. Because schizophrenics can't grab a hold of reality, they have to discreetly identify all of the discontinuities in reality in this contradictory way, and it ends up leading to this type of madness. Seems like we're driving you crazy, okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, yes, put it exactly how it is. There is definitely a coherence. Random YouTuber Haas and the gang still purge these reactionaries. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for missing the chat. Honest question. Why let the haters have so much attention? Because we know we have to prove ourselves. Because we are so fresh off the boat and, fresh in this. We do have to prove ourselves in the beginning. So we do have to address the haters because we're coming out of nowhere. And we know the haters, their voice is going to prevail the loudest in the beginning. Because it's like we're the new kids on the block, right? So we're going to have to deal with all these haters. Composer Illy. He's got a check mark. What's up, dude? I'm sorry. I'm just not familiar with YouTube in general, so I've never seen your channel, but I'm definitely going to check it out. And I really appreciate that, man. This channel is the future. Really appreciate that, man. They confuse being schizo with nuance. Yeah, it's just some weird thing. I don't know. Okay, let's continue. I don't know how long this shit's going to take, so we're probably going to have to skip some. Don't forget, because I mentioned Ayn Rand the other day too. So every time I mention a thinker, we automatically become disciples of that thinker. So we're not allowed to engage with what Lenin called the treasures and wealth of mankind and just the breadth and what's out there. We engage with everyone, guys. So you're going to have to start calling us like the infinite ideology where we just absorb everything, like the Glubgo Gabgalab or something, right? we engage everything. There's nothing's off limits for us. We draw from, we're inspired by, we discern rationality in the whole of being. It's something I guess the Anglo-Saxon tradition really rejects, is this idea of the oneness and the deeper rationality of being as a whole. And it's how everything is really connected. But I guess that's just a dialectical view that is really hard to convey. Found your channel when it was 200 subs. Appreciate that, man. You see, a lot of people see us initially and they see the potential in us. And you don't know how much that means to us. Because, like I said, we just starting out, What is going on? What the fuck? Meme channels are Marxists? That guy has 488k subs. Jesus, dude. You have no idea how flattering that is. That's incredible. That's incredible. That's fucking incredible, dude. You have no idea how humbling and how flattering that is, man. Cause we're nothing right now. You know, we're just coming out of this. Appreciate it, man. Really appreciate that. And sorry I never heard of you. I just don't know a lot about 99% of YouTubers. I don't know anything about them. So we're really new to the scene, but appreciate that, man. Really appreciate it. Didn't he say fuck Lefty Pull though? Yeah, but then I realized that the guy who originally supported us on Twitter was the main Lefty Pull account. And then I remembered that and I'm thinking, you know what? I'm going to give this site a chance because shout out to that Lefty Pull Twitter account. That was so cool of them. They were an OG. They helped us from the very beginning, you know. They were helping us from the very beginning. Keep doing what you're doing, Haas. You bring something way more than those something. Bro, appreciate it so much, man. Appreciate those words. So you have no idea how encouraging for the morale of us. Speaking of us, I got to invite our other people in here, but I'm going to do it in 1 second. I forgot to send them a Zoom invite. But his streams and reactions to this board are comedy gold. It's much better than him name-dropping Lefty Pull. Okay. This guy wants to move it somewhere else. It's like they took every idealist, hack, meme philosopher. Well, what do you define as a meme philosopher? I think these are very prominent thinkers in the 20th century and in the 21st century because of Land and Zizek. I guess people meme them, but that's just because of how significant and popular that is. You got Super Chat. No, I think the whole donations thing, we're probably going to wait until we're like in the hundreds in terms of viewers. I seriously love your Twitter. What's up, Ewoks? What's up, man? How you doing? Lefty Pull is cool. Give them a chance. They might come off as obnoxious sometimes, but they're cool. Yeah, we're going to give them a chance. We're going to give them a chance. Because I remember that Twitter guy, that Lefty Pull guy, he was an OG from the start, you know? So, and not everybody on this website hates us. You know, I get that. So I'm not going to shit on the website. Okay? And plus, this is content, right? Isn't this content? We should get Haas to debate Vosh. It's going to happen. I mean, it's inevitable. It's like King Kong versus Godzilla. It's just going to happen. Agree. He brought so much fun to this place. Appreciate it, man. Exactly. Yeah, this is the guy. This shout out Real Lefty Pull. This guy helped us from the very beginning. So we're not going to shit on this website. There's sense of direction with ideology, and that means it's necessary to be careful absorbing other aspects of other ideology. Right. But whether your relationship toward the ideology is of the essence, the material essence, or if it's based on superficial form is defined by the diversity of thinkers and philosophers you're able to engage with while preserving that original essence. If you shut yourself off to others and you shut yourself off from absorbing the good things from other thinkers, you don't have a relation to the essence of the ideology that's honest. You have a superficial and purely formalistic one. Would you consider debating Vosh if given the chance? Yeah, I mean, if we have the chance to debate Vosh, we are going to. But we're just not going to ask him, you know, because it's like a pride thing, you know. We're not... Yeah, it will happen eventually, though. Like, when we grow, they're going to have to start acknowledging us. Our channel is going to grow. So a lot of people are going to start acknowledging us that we're going to debate. For now, we're still proving ourselves. But it's only a matter of time, guys. It will happen. You must understand, 50% is... But it's okay. I know. I have patience, Robert. Don't worry. I'm not, you know, I'm not going to be that triggered today. I was a hater at first, but came around. I thought you guys are definitely interesting. I appreciate hearing that, man. You're originally a hater. You came around. I appreciate it. And listen, for the haters, you guys want to come around and, you know, we don't hold grudges, okay? We don't hold grudges. I just think, though, that if you're going to wait until we're, like, at 10,000 subs, I'm going to weigh your words a little less. But for you guys coming around now, I think your words you're genuine. But for people who just look down on us just because we're not established yet, it's not really a good look. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Not actually who controls that account. I am in control of the Twitter right now. Like, in the sense of I'm the only one logged into it. But we can change that. What if the real... Okay. Okay. Do you like cockshot? No. Honestly, I'm not that familiar with cockshot. I just don't like this idea that computers solve everything. And because I just think it's kind of a cop-out. But I don't know that much about him. And how is this Euro communism? I don't get that. Someone needs to explain to me how we're Euro communists. I don't see the connection. Pretty good stuff. I wish there was big brain to understand. You guys are all smart enough to understand where we're coming from. You're just not familiar enough with what we're coming from. But we're gradually trying to bridge the gap, you know? It's not a matter of, like, how smart you are. Women recoil, run in the opposite direction. Thanks, dude. I see no problem. I just wanted to share this tweet. Yeah, dude. Cocky dude. I think he's gonna be a regular on this, and he was in our stream on Sunday, and that dude's awesome, dude. He's based. Fun went on. Yeah, dude. We were so grateful to have him on. This is funny. Look at this, guys. Nice, dude. Yeah, dude. There's gonna be more of these. Cockshot is something. Yeah, I don't know. All these graphics that make nothing clear. Well, you probably need to be in the stream. You know, like I'm not creating like paintings that are for every context. You know. Ihaz, you're getting me to step up my game, man. Appreciate it. Exactly, Ewoks. A rising tide lifts all boats, man. And you know, we're all gonna rise together with this. We're all gonna rise together. Bro, your mic is glitching out in my right ear. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. I gotta fix this Yeti. There's something wrong with my Yeti. It's the problem. But I'm gonna fix it probably my next stream. I see who's supporting Infrared's channel and you're laughing. Are you laughing in real life, though? I'm curious. Like, probably not. He is what's a lol cop? Someone explain that to me? And he's schizo enough to think he's smart. How come nobody addresses the content of what we say? Everyone's just like making superficial observations. We're literally the Marxist Bane Haas. It's funny. Not yet. Wait till I'm bald. Like when I'm bald, I will be. Are you familiar with Jonas Monel? No, I'm not. I've never heard of that name, but I'll look it up. I'll check it out after stream. I'll check it out definitely. See those guys meme material. Is this guy gonna become this? Okay, here we go. Of Vosh Destiny. Is that what I remind you guys of? Vosh and Destiny. The whole Vosh. It wasn't inspired by them actually. It wasn't. I just think people like learn better visually, you know. And I think some people are taking it too seriously too. I think some people are taking it too seriously. Like, so I'm just being on stream instead of just saying it. I'm just kind of a little bit visualizing it. Am I referencing becoming a skinhead? No, I'm referencing going bald, which I am going to. I'm not referencing becoming a skinhead. Like bald where you can't control it, right? That's what I'm talking about. Part where he struggles to type dialectics. I don't remember that. He calls eugenics kun. I did not mean to do that. Okay? I was just triggered. I was calling everybody. Nice. I'm not going to click those. Okay, let's see what this guy has to say. We got our first argument, guys. We got our first arguer. Got our first debater. For once, I never hate you. I just found your reaction hilarious. Well, I'm also here to entertain, guys, because we want this to be fun, don't we? I don't want to be boring. Like, if you're going to watch my stream, I don't want you guys to be bored. So I'm going to entertain you, okay? I'm going to try to entertain you at least. You know, let's have some fun, guys. We're going to be here for a few hours, so let's just have some fucking fun. Who cares? With that being said, I think I disagree with you. There's that message of socialism is already here. Well, we're probably going to have to get to it. You know, we're going to have to get to it later. But for now, we're just going to briefly just try to... I'm like halfway through. We're just going to try to skim this. Okay, let's see our first arguer. This is an open-shut case of projection. Okay, so... American people who buy into American psychology always use the word projection Because every time someone says anything negative or critical to them, the first thing that goes on in their head is, how could I turn that around and apply that to you? So they just use the word projection, and it's a really lazy way of approaching anything. Your ideology hasn't accomplished anything. We never put forward an ideology. Nothing about infrared is established. We're just putting things out there for you guys to think about and entertain that haven't been put out there. We're not saying you have to listen to us because of our authority. If we were saying that, you're right, we would be being hypocritical. But the problem is that we're just introducing new ideas and people are trying to shut us down and be dogmatic. And I'm just asking the question, what right do you have to do that? We're not being dogmatic. We're not being dogmatic. You're right, we don't have the right to be dogmatic either. We haven't accomplished anything either. I'm just trying to ask the question, what gives you the right to treat us as pathologically dogmatic as you do? Because it seems like you're just dismissing everything we say, not because of its actual content, but because it's just not mainstream or orthodox. But my question is, what is the actual basis of your orthodoxy? Because in the West, you've done fucking nothing. You've accomplished fucking nothing. So you're in the same boat as us, actually. We already know we haven't accomplished anything, so what you need to do is go from scratch and think about what Marxism actually is, because you can't take it for granted. If you lived in China, you could take some things for granted about it, because it's actually reflected in the real experience and historical reality and concrete reality in the country within which you live. It's not true in the West. You're in the same boat as us schizos here in infrared. That's all we've ever been trying to say. We've never been trying to put forward some new dogma or authority that you have to listen to based on the merits of what? I mean, when have I ever appealed to authority and said, you're not a true Marxist if you don't follow this specific dogma? Every time we've mentioned what Marxism is or what, Leninism is, it's always been in this non-dogmatic, and it's always been in a way that doesn't appeal to authority, but actually tries to rationally, explain to it in a rationally and conceivable way. With that clips, Haas was just describing the dialectic in a way, yeah. I think YouTube just promotes memes to cover up actual political education. I'm not too worried about YouTube, I'm not worried about the algo whatsoever. The algo is not something I'm worried about. So it's like that, I think we are gonna grow. Nothing can stop us, not even YouTube. If YouTube could ban us, but shadow banning us, I don't think is gonna do the trick. I actually don't really think the algo is all that important, but maybe I'll eat my words. But I think our growth is coming from a more targeted level. I think, we're getting the audience we want. If we wanted audiences we don't want, we would probably grow, but we would probably get like 90% dislikes, So we get the audience we're looking for. Haz, are you American? Yes. And okay, you have a duty and obligation to give people the benefit of the doubt. Who do I give to the benefit of the doubt? The answer is everybody, not just these, but everybody. And if they don't give the benefit of the doubt to anyone who's mildly skeptical from them from an actual left-wing perspective. Well, if you're talking about us, what you're talking about as mild skepticism is just repeating and rehashing things that other people have said before. So you're just repeating things that you've heard elsewhere. That's the source of the frustration. But you're actually wrong. We do give everyone the benefit of the doubt, and we try to calmly explain it to them when they're in our chat. It's just that when you're in our comments and we tell you to come on live in our chat or come debate us because we don't have time, that's when we're getting angry, okay? What about these guys is actually left-wing other than choosing to label us? Well, we would consider ourselves left-wing, but we consider the established left and the established right meaningless, basically, in America. But we do consider ourselves left-wing. What about us is left-wing? I mean, what is left-wing about left-wing? What's the origins of the left? I tried to explain this in an earlier stream. What's the actual origins of the left itself? I think at the essential level, we are left-wing because our relationship to history and to modernity, at least abstractly in terms of our position, is that we recognize the inevitability of the kind of modern political apocalypse that awaits each and every country. So I guess that's a really strange way of putting it, but I'm also short on time. You're saying Americans try to apply ML while skipping steps understanding material conditions? Understanding on this deeper, intuitive, and even sensual level. Yes, Base Mango, they try to apply ML while skipping what others are able to take for granted on this deeper, intuitive, and unconscious level. Has he commented on historical materialism? Dude, I've studied Marx for over 10 years. You don't think I have a billion different things to say about historical materialism? I do. I just think that your dogma of historical materialism, Anglo dogma, is wrong. Historical materialism is not an application of Anglo-Saxon metaphysics. Engels, by the way, was specific in his rejection of Anglo-Saxon metaphysics. Marx was very specific about calling empiricism this collection of dead facts. I just think you're abusing these terms and you're using it in a way to convey a meaning that was not common to Marx and Engels and Lenin's and Stalin's and Mao's meaning. That's all I'm saying. Sounds like he doesn't agree with it. Why don't I agree with it? Let's see. Since he's diagnosing the left's problem in the West as dogmatic ideology, who's the left? The Marxist left? Yes. Yes, the Marxist left, yes. Marxism ultimately is based on some type of reflexive relationship to historical tradition. That's true. That is true. But as far as the actual objective type of class struggle, I wouldn't say that. I don't think that has really been a problem in the West. I think in each period historically in the West, there's a very clear class struggle that does go on. In the 30s, you had Huey Long, even the New Deal. Not even just the New Deal, but people like Huey Long and all of this kinds of stuff, Jimmy Hoffa in the 50s. So the issue isn't with the material class struggle. The issue is with, yes, the Marxist. And by the way, this is a distinction drawn by Lenin. Lenin pointed out that while the class struggle may be objective, this reflexive aspect is up to contestation. And he said, Lenin used the example of how Catholic ideologists were winning over Marxists in somewhere in some European country. I can pull up the exact quote if you really want to. You want to challenge me on that. It is an issue of, it is ultimately an issue of how they're using their head and their heart. I don't see what's so idealist about that. Rather than anything material, and what is he going to call material? Atomization, a meaningless catchword, and nothing new, by the way, a meaningless catchword that's more about punk rock, angsty teen existentialism or precarity, another thing that isn't really new whatsoever, getting in the way of workers' power, another ideological phrase whose concrete correlate I have yet anyone to show me what that means in the contemporary context. What does workers' power actually mean today? Don't give me a doctrinal or theoretical or abstract meaning of that word, because in Marx and Lenin's time, if you ask them what workers' power is, they'd show you an example in real life. They'd show you an example of a real working class movement. You're using this word and it's an ideological phrase. Show me what that means. Don't just use phrases because you've heard them before. Don't use ideological projections in the future. Show me what that means concretely. All we do is deal with concrete reality, dude. Why do you think we talk about Jimmy Dore? Why do you think we talk about all these people who have seemingly nothing to do with Marxism? Because we understand they have a material significance. But your phrases like workers' power don't, okay? Medicare for all and force the vote, those do have a material significance. Workers' power doesn't. It's a phrase. And the thing that Marx, Engels, and Lenin hated the most were phrase mongers, is what they would call them. Okay, let's continue. This looks like a new argument here. You should listen to my brand new ideology. What's so brand? I'm challenging you. I'm calling your bluff. What's so brand new about it? Just because you're not familiar with it? I'm saying this is the same old Marxism, Leninism expressed from the perspective, translated into the perspective of the Western mind. And we are aware that we're engaging with the Western mind. We're not denying that. Most of us, I think, live in the West. So, I'm calling your bluff. Why do you think that your terms of familiarity defines the thing itself? I think it's more than a possibility that you just aren't adequately familiar with what Marxism is, and you're holding on to some narrow view that you actually can't justify when I take you to the bank and back about it. Okay? That hasn't accomplished anything. Well, we never actually established it as a brand new ideology that you should respect based on authority. You're the one doing that. You're the one saying that based on some authority, I should respect your bullshit that means fucking nothing. We're not saying that. We're saying that based on the merits of the actual content of what we're saying, you should, maybe there's some meaning we're trying to convey, but it's based on the content of what we're saying, not based on the authoritative or legitimate form. So there's a big difference here, okay? And also, if you disagree with me, you're an idiot. Well, why don't you focus on the content of these disagreements? Because in that other thread, yes, people were saying extremely stupid shit that does make them an idiot. Is it because they disagree with me that they're stupid? Or is it because of what they were saying specifically? Well, I proved in that previous stream that it was because of what they were saying specifically, just like I'm doing with you now. This is an open and shut case of projection, basically. Okay, but you look like an idiot is what's basically happened. He says that Western MLs haven't accomplished anything, but then he proposes a brand new meme ideology. I haven't proposed anything of that sort. That's why he says in the West. Dude, did you watch our video, What Infrared is All About? When you're making these lofty claims about us, it sounds like you've done a lot of research about us, right? Because if you're going to make these big claims about infrared, I'm sure you did the research about us, right? No, it sounds like you're just talking out of your fucking ass, and you're saying that this is some kind of scandal we're trying to hush up, rather than the entire basis of our thesis that in the West, everything's fucked up. We know it's popular in Russia and China. We know that for the world's majority, Marxism has a meaning that's different in the West. We not only do we know this, we've premised our entire position based on this fucking fact. That's exactly what we've been trying to interrogate and lay flat and explain to you why it is that in the West you fail and why it is in those countries Marxists have succeeded. And I'm saying that all the excuses I've been hearing about the imperial core and all this stuff is a bunch of fucking excuses. And I'm gonna get to that. Watching Haas get triggered, man, CIA really did a good job of distorting the left. Yeah, dude, it's just this arrogance is crazy. Your references feel more New Left than ML. I don't know. The New Left also draws a lot from the Frankfurt School people, Marcuse and those type of people. And Marcuse is not someone you're going to find that has in a very favorable light, at least by me. So I don't know if I would agree with the New Left thing, but I definitely would agree that it is something new. I mean, comparatively. Are unions dead forever in the West? I don't think you could say anything's dead forever, but I definitely think they don't have the same role that they did in the 19th and early 20th century. Gotta go. Do your organized stream in which you talk about certain subjects. Iris, I think you should just watch our past streams if you want to know more about the socialism thing, because we've kind of covered it extensively before. If we get 8 more likes, we can expand your base to 60 by next stream. How much likes do we have now? Crazy. Crazy, guys. That's crazy. He did Heidegger Marx. Yeah, I don't agree with Marcuse's Heideggerian Marxism book. I don't like that book. So we're definitely not coming from that perspective, okay? Let's see. This guy should come back when he organizes a party. Okay, here's a common trope that you are going to encounter, you, the chat. I'm going to explain this to you. When you're a leftist and you're dealing with anything in America or Britain, and I can't speak for the rest of the European countries. These countries' main ethical and aesthetic foundation is Protestantism. And according to the Protestant aesthetic, pain equals virtue, right? Suffering is some kind of virtue. There's something virtuous and good about suffering. When this guy's telling me to go organize a party, what he's really saying is, you go give me a pound of flesh. You know, you go suffer somehow for no reason, even though I won't get anywhere, and I'll respect you more because you just experienced more pain and suffering, even though it didn't get anywhere. And leftists, you're going to find brag all the time and boast about how much organizing they do and how much party stuff they get into. Even though they know it doesn't get them anywhere, somehow they get clout from that fact because of how much they suffer. Just because of how much they suffer. I think that's a very uniquely Western and maybe Anglo thing. But that's something you're going to encounter. I have yet to see why I should organize a party. I'm not even so sure that it's our job to organize a party. I think parties in this day and age are more like corporations. And I don't think you can create them from scratch. I think America already does have a communist party, the CPUSA. And the question I've been trying to interrogate and ask is, can Americans do something with the CPUSA? I know it has shitty politics, but the organizational infrastructure that's in place in the tradition and history, I'm very skeptical of this idea of creating parties from scratch. I don't think parties are the most advanced form of I don't even know if organization is the good word. Organization in this digital age. My views on this are very nuanced. We actually wrote something. If you go on our Twitter, go read what we wrote for this Russian website, Prometej, and I discuss specifically the party question very briefly. But our view, I think your view about, the party, you're taking a lot for granted. Until his meme ideology, I don't know why you're saying we have a meme ideology. All we've said is we're Marxist-Leninists, and we've also said things that Marxist-Leninists in the West just don't understand and aren't familiar with. I don't see how this makes us having a meme ideology. This idea, guys, that you're trying to define us is the problem. You're trying to define us based on the thinkers we learn from and draw from. But I can literally name you 1 million thinkers that we learn and draw from, and you're trying to define this as some kind of finite series of what is the discrete origin of... All we've defined ourselves discretely as is Marxist-Leninists. Do we learn from and read everyone? Yes, we do. Everyone who has anything interesting to say whatsoever, we're going to give them attention. Does that mean those people define us and that we're Duginist, Landian, Zizekian? You don't have to add all the... We're just Marxist-Leninists who can actually distinguish this subjective theory stuff from Marxism-Leninism as an index of objective historical achievements. So that's why we're very simply Marxist-Leninists. Well, Western MLs, obsessive with purity and ideology, martyrdom rather than revolution. Yeah, exactly. That's so true. It's so true. Is even more disconnected from the material reality of the workers' movement. Which workers' movement? Can you show me the workers' movement, what you mean by that? Because I think you're just using phrase, just like this phrase, workers' power. I think you're just using some shit you pulled out of your ass and you want to pretend exists as a form of posturing, but you're not actually referring to anything concrete. Go walk up to someone on the fucking street and tell them about the workers' movement. They don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Only when they're initiated in your specific clique, your ideological clique, do all these words acquire meaning. On an intuitive, everyday street level, layman's level, this doesn't mean anything. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. And you keep using the word material reality. I think what you mean by material is just something you're trying to give an accent and emphasis on. I don't think you have any notion of what materialism or material actually means or what it refers to. Then the dogmatic MLs he criticizes, because at least some point historically MLs worked as opposed... So if you work and produce nothing, why is that something I should respect? I mean, I don't understand his bomb abstract contemplations. It's not just an abstract contemplation. We're infrared. We're live right here. We're talking to an audience of over 50 people. And there's a whole thread dedicated to... it's like we are doing things in terms of the realm of communication and information. So no, I'm not just taking bong rips and abstractly contemplating things. I'm not saying this is praxis, but we're putting information out there. Yeah, information. Is information real? I don't know. Like Christianity, for example, it says stuff like love, equality, nonviolence. Yeah, very, and it's all connected too. It's all connected. It's not an accident. We got the dislike. That's okay. I expected we have way more dislikes. Yeah. They actually worked, but to what end? And by the way, I'm not saying the criterion of that is having to actually acquire power, even though there's probably no excuse for not being able to do that either. But the fact that Marxist-Leninists in the West have failed so abysmally to establish themselves, at least as some type of special interest current, some type of identifiable movement, that's really the issue we're dealing with here. There is no communist movement. It never has been. Almost never has. Maybe in the 30s or something. You can argue. But following World War II, you're not really dealing with a popular movement. Okay? You can sustain a popular movement without actually acquiring power. My issue is the issue that there hasn't even been a popular movement in the West. Do you have a new prescription for workers' power, or just trying to refresh the discourse? I just want people to rethink what they mean by all these words. I want people to go back to Marx's original dealings with Hegel and think about, why did Marx break from Hegel and give the proletariat the significance he did? Because, by the way, guys, Marx is the one who gave the proletariat the significance as the universal class. For Hegel, it was the civil servants who was the universal class. So I just want people to not take things for granted anymore, you know? Lefty poll ultras are seething, have dislikes. I'm sure they're seething, but can they really, I'm being a little bit more composed and serious because I understand a lot of people don't get when I'm just trying to have fun. And they think that, oh, he's so, he's a schizo. Well, I think I'm pretty normal right now, and I don't know, is anything I'm saying really crazy, guys? Don't make me dislike. I love the channel, but your expectations are driving me. Well, what should my expectations be? I'm dealing with this thread. Okay, I should wrap this up though. I should, get a move on. What makes a movement popular, Anun Kasan? A movement is popular when the barrier to entry does not require education. I think it's a really good definition. When the barrier to entry doesn't require education, which means someone could just look at that movement and be like, I'm with it. I'm with them. I identify with them. That's what Hugo Chavez could do, right? In Venezuela. That's what Bernie could do at one point. The barrier to entry doesn't require any type of theory whatsoever. That's a really important qualifier for what makes a movement popular, in my view. Barrier to entry, that's the one. YouTube and like and left channels don't make it. Oh yeah, you're right. You seem quite composed and calm today. Yeah. Because people, I guess, need to see that. Need to know the difference when I'm just trying to have some fun and just not taking it too seriously, and when I'm trying to be serious. Right now, I'm a little more serious and calm. I didn't interview Fan Wenan. Ezra interviewed Fan Wenan, okay? I was just there, okay? Who had an article written about him in the New York Times. Our video was linked in that article in the New York Times. Go on our Twitter and look, and the New York Times linked our article. And also did a live stream with Katya Kazbek. That also was not me. I didn't set that up or lead that interview. I was just there. I'm just the guy streaming, guys, okay? Don't reduce our whole collective to me. All while being under 500 subs. That's strange and suspicious. Why is it suspicious? Haas and his collaborators are the closest. We're a lot more coherent than these guys on a bad day. Somehow I doubt that, but I'm not familiar with your website, so maybe you're right. There are multiple YouTube commenters who post here and have been for years, okay? Guys, I want you guys to remind you something. I didn't find Lefty Poll. Lefty Poll found us. I never heard of this website before, so I don't know what you're trying to say. I've never heard of any of you, but here is this thread about us on your website. So that sounds like something you got to make peace with and deal with. Lefty Poll is just a shithole dominated by Western ultras. It seems like we have some defenders on there, so I don't know. Haas and his collaborators are, oh, fuck off. We are way better than this garbage. Here's the difference. I think you need to understand this. You're only as good as the YouTube content creator out there. Find me someone who you think represents you, who's putting themselves out there in reality. Because you can't just bluff and say, I'm better than all reality because I'm not putting myself out there. You're only as good as whoever is putting themselves out there for you. So you show me who you like on YouTube or on some other website, and I'll judge you accordingly based on that. But if you're just going to be on this dark website and you're going to be anonymous and you're not putting yourself out there in any way, what you're saying is meaningless because you're only as good as what's out there, what's actually out there. Infrared is actually out there, okay? This is a profoundly materialist point, actually, believe it or not. This is a profoundly materialist point. You are just like, this is the whole point Marx said with Hegel. For Marx said to Hegel, you're only as good as what reality actually is itself. You can have this abstract philosophical position in your comfy Hegel pajamas, but you're only as good as what the actual reality is. And the same thing is true for the world of media and the world of culture and the world of representation. When you're an anonymous string of words, you're actually only as good as some representation that's actually putting itself out there in reality. So show me what you are. Show me what you're made of. And then I'll judge your words and judge whether you're better than me. Because I highly doubt you are better than us. I really doubt you're better than us. I feel like a lot of other memes, schizos, unironically like this guy. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people do like us. Our feedback is overwhelmingly positive. So what does that make you? Our feedback is overwhelmingly positive. We get very, very few haters. Okay? We get very few haters. Too embarrassed to admit it. Possibly Haas himself is actually behind some of the schizo posts. Here is your lurker. No, I've never posted on Lefty Pool, and I don't want to. And the reason I don't want to... Okay, if I ever post on this website, I'm not going to do it anonymously. But no, I can't say that because somebody's going to just do it themselves and pretend to be me. So that's why I'm never going to do it, actually. I hope no one in our group does it. I don't think anyone in our group does it. But in general, we were not going to post on this website. And the reason is because there's no way to confirm whether it's us or not. Otherwise, I think I would. Oh, fuck off. Haas isn't molded after our collective image, more like molded after the collective image of all our schizo posters combined. Well, that seems to be like the most interesting people on the website. So I guess that's a compliment. Based. I think comes off as an asshole. Vosh energy, but more unhinged. Do I have Vosh energy? I don't know. Basically, yes. But we must consider... Yeah. Dude, again, you try to define anything by this kind of mishmash of discrete terms. Where does it begin and end? Every single one of these words you're using to describe as Duginist, Heideggerian, all this stuff, you can break those down into branches of schizophrenic mishmashes. So where does it begin and end? It's an interesting question. I don't use Lefty Pool. Nice. You can get a trip code on Lefty Pool and they'll confirm you. Okay, I'll have to talk about the guy on Twitter about that. That's interesting. You can use a trip code, basically a password. Okay, we might do that. But I'll set it up on stream sometime. For now, we're not going to do it. Next stream, I'm going to set it up live so you guys can all see. And we'll try to verify ourselves on the website. Leave Lefty Pool, embrace Monkey. I don't know. I think the community gave us attention. And a lot of people seem to like us and are giving us a chance. So, I'm going to give Lefty Pool a chance. Is Haas a burger? Yeah, I'm an American. This is pretty good. He's deviated so far from Marx. I'm calling your bluff. I don't think we've deviated from Marx whatsoever. I don't think I've deviated from Marx whatsoever. The whole reason I have the schizophrenic positions I do is because I've remained so faithful to Marx and Marx's original discovery that it's brought me to this position. Otherwise, you're going to end up with contradictions. Really fatal contradictions to Marx and Marxism. And I don't believe those contradictions apply to Marx and Marxism because Marx himself established the very method by which those contradictions can be understood as part of his dialectic. Do you think Western leftists misuse decolonial theory? Yes, they do misuse Fanon a lot. So should a principled leftist embrace intersectionality and kick out any reactionaries from the movement? Interesting question. I say no to the intersectionality, and I say no to kicking people out, unless they're being personally abusive. But I don't know what movement you're referring to, is the question. I think it's more that people are fascinated and intrigued. It's hard to parse what he's saying at times. That's fine, but why are you saying we deviate from Marx if you yourself admit that you can't parse what we're saying? If you try to sit on a Senate, it's kind of nonsensical, but whose fault is that? Is that my fault or your fault? Because we try to help everyone. Don't knock on an open door. I think this is your fault. Vosh does stick to a train of thought better? Yes, because Vosh sticks to axiomatic Anglo thinking. I already told you we're coming from a dialectical perspective. So we don't share Vosh's method, which is Anglo-Saxon axiomatic idealism. We don't share that method, okay? We don't share systemical, analytical philosophy. And who tries to premise our, okay, here's my position, A equals B equals C. This is why Vosh defends child pornography and shit. And that's also why Destiny has a bunch of stupid, retarded positions. Because they begin with some kind of systemic premise, and they let that take them to all sorts of stupid conclusions and directions, because they're in this kind of analytical philosophy, dogmatic, systemic, computer, non-human type of way of thinking. It's the complete opposite of Vosh, Is he a traitor to this, considering his pathological crusade against the Anglos? No, it's not, because both England and America have the capacity to break the Anglo curse. Okay, so it's not hypocritical at all. I want to break the Anglo curse in America, and I wish English people the best of luck doing this. Some of the most prominent Anglos, like Nick Land, I think are closer to breaking the Anglo curse than people like, who's that guy who's working with Jeremy Corbyn? I forgot his name, sorry. That kind of like politically correct guy. Even though like Nick Land is such a racist, eugenist, whatever, he's even closer to breaking the Anglo curse than a lot of lefty liberal Anglos. Bernie used Caleb's slogan. That's interesting. Reactionary is a dead word like fascist. I think so too, No More Lives. That's kind of my view. Ewoks Unhinged labeled me a Nazbol because I had a few friends online that are not woke. Well, I don't know about all that drama. I try not. I don't think we want to get involved in drama. The spokesman leader turned out to be such an autistic unit. Well, it's either that I'm schizophrenic or autistic. You can't be both. You actually can't be both. You got to be one or the other. If you're autistic, kind of means in the internet vocabulary, it means like Vosh or Destiny. Like you're very systemical and formalistic, and to this obsessive degree. Whereas schizophrenic means you're the opposite of that. You're all over the place. So you choose one, right? I have a feeling they are all all of us. Where did you get this from? We're all okay. Your feeling is interesting. Haas is the ideological mastermind behind infrared. I think you're overthinking it, dude. Infrared only exists because we all have a common understanding of what it is and what its purpose is. He created the ideology of infraredism. No, I didn't, dude. And by the way, infrared is just the name of our channel. There's no such thing as infraredism. This is just the name of our channel. And there's a lot of unique ideas that have been incubating for many years that are for the first time being given expression through this channel and through this handle. But I don't see how that's called infraredism. And the other guys are more or less his disciples. Wrong. Infrared would not be possible, dude, if we had this structure, okay? This is not there is no structure like this. It's way more free form, and it's way more organic than you're trying to make it seem like. I have no idea why people compare his shtick to Vosh or Destiny. Yeah, I don't know either. Here we go with the frogs. What is actually wrong with positivism? Why does it get such a bad rap? Well, positivism, Haas is right. The Anglo curse is detriment to the left. Yeah, speaking of positivism. Positivism is a word people use as a catch-all for Anglo-Saxon thinking, I think. Now you have post-positivism, you have analytical philosophy in the 20th century, but in general, the problem with positivism, I think the main critique is opened up in two ways. Well, I don't know. You had before Heidegger, you had the rise of neo-Kantianism, Spinozism, positivism. They're all kind of intersecting. They're all kind of together. I would bunch all those up together, actually. I don't know. Positivism. My issue is that those who consider positivism to be the only way of thinking, everything else is schizo. That's my issue. It limits thought. I wonder where I'm supposed to stand with who or what to support. Because the culture isn't something that's static. I just think, the whole transgender stuff, I don't want to get too much into this, but the LGBT stuff, the transgender stuff, guys, I think at a certain point, you got to realize who's the problem. If you're making this big fuss over transgender people and biology, I think you're the problem, right? I mean, why make assumptions? And by the way, Western culture, but pre-Western cultures were way more fluid and way less rigid about the modern gender stuff. So have an open mind. You don't have to, attack all this stuff because, especially even the Islamic societies, way more fluid than you could possibly imagine. Okay, I'm not really fazed by this kind of. Yeah, I don't think there. I don't. If anything, I could come at it from the other perspective. My problem with the LGBT is not that they're too deviant from heterosexuality, but that they are too rigid and trying to create like a million different categories and shit. When from a non-Western perspective, you don't even have to say that, if that makes sense, right? You could just be like, yeah, you don't have to like categorize every fucking thing, right? There is no heterosexual rigid straw man to subvert in the first place. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. I guess that's my position. And I think that's all of our position. Literally every hard science. No, it doesn't. No, if you saying every hard science assumes vulgar positivism, you're knocking on an open door. Okay? No, hard science says nothing about the issues. For example, this is a basic Kantian position, but hard science says a great deal about things. Hard science confines itself to something specific. It doesn't say anything about a lot of other stuff. But positivism tries to do that. That's why it's vulgar. Okay? Hard science like engineering isn't going to tell you anything about Dasein. Okay? Well, okay, that's a low. It might, but not in the, not in the way I'm trying to say it. Okay. Being outside of positivism is fully compatible with the achievements of modern science, I should say. Even though I reject modern science as a dogma, it's fully compatible with the achievements of modern science. You're knocking on an open door when you're saying it's not. Also, I read history and theory. Still need to study more, though. Yeah, we all need to study. That's correct. In older sides, they did not have a Western perspective in sexuality and family. Exactly. Pre-modernity, LGBT was manly. Yeah, I mean, it was just way different, It's just the whole woke or intersectional discussion seems like a semantic mindfuck. Yeah, we on Ewok's channel, we had a lot to say about that, I think. Or I did, I was the only one there. I'm the Joker, baby. I'm Joker pilled. Yeah, this dude totally invented a new ideology. Yeah, I am Joker pilled. Waiting for the drop to Evola pill. Well, you won't, because I'm not a big fan of Evola. I haven't. Maybe I should study him. I don't know. But I've never been that interested. He's talking about Katya and Tfan Wanan. Both great people that we interviewed. Okay, I'm not going to go through everything. How far... Okay, this is a debate you guys are having. What is this? Neon, dude. Neon. Come on, man. What do you guys think about this, huh? What do you guys think about this? You know what triggers me? I'm fine with this image. This image doesn't trigger me. This one triggers me. I'm fine with this one. This is what I'm honing in on with eagle eye view. Dude, fuck off with the schizo accusation, okay? I just explained why, but we can keep this one. Okay, we'll keep this. All right, good job. I mean, I'm a caveman. Hold on, why do I have man tits like this? Okay. Kind of wish we had other members. Yeah, speak of the devil. Oh my god. Okay, guys, I'm gonna invite them and be right back. Sorry, I'm gonna send an invite link and be right back. 1 sec. I'm still here. I'm just getting the link. Copy invite link. Okay. All right, I sent the link. Sorry. I didn't even watch. Calling the people a bitch on the internet is fucking gay as hell. LMAO, bitch, you're doing alright. Just cut the Dugan and turn it down a notch. Or two, ya buddy. It depends on my mood, Sage. Depends on my mood. And there's a lot of bitch made behavior I've been seeing on Lefty Pool from last time, you know? So I'm gonna say what is. Is this a supporter or an enemy? Let's see. He cleared it. Okay, this is a supporter. Shout out this OG dude. This is one of the first people to come in. See, this is why we're giving Lefty Pool a chance. Shout out this dude, you know? Yeah, dude, this is our defender. Here's the based section. Here's the base section. Features the with like, yeah, dude, you're calling everyone a schizo who just doesn't buy into your attempt to, you know, dismiss us. Eventually, if you call everyone a schizo, what does that make you? Food for thought. If you call everybody a schizo, what is that? If you call so many people schizos, and we all get something and you're not able to get it, what does that make you? Food for thought. Infrared actually created a network. What fucking infrastructure? They really just make videos and upload them to you? Yeah, but there's a lot of behind the scenes shit that goes into that. That's something to bear in mind. Only one user, a certain flag to post there. Let me see if they get the link. Okay, yeah, they got it. What fucking infrastructure? I'm not sure if you're aware of the fact, but getting 3 people to form... Yeah, dude, and there's like 12 of us. So imagine how long that took and how hard it was to have this, you know... We've been together a long time, guys. And, yeah. This guy's right. This guy's really smart. Dude, this guy is laughing, but you want to know, okay. This dude shared these pics of the laughing anime, but I promise you he's looking at his screen like this. That's what he's doing. Like, he wants to make it seem like he's like, you know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? You guys think so or what? I'm pretty sure that's how it is. He called Let's Go trash though. That didn't. Oh, okay. Comments on that? Yeah, this is our poll. Oh wait, no. I thought he linked the poll. Exactly, dude. The autism box. Attention is good. You have no mind for publicity. He has anger issues, but he actually gets mad at people who say retarded shit. True. But I've learned, I realized, guys, you know what I was thinking? Aren't most Western leftists atheists or agnostic? Why are they so dogmatic then? I think that's the exact reason, composerily. I think that's actually the exact reason is because for them, there's a big barrier to entry to leaving the Christian religion. And for them, most of the time, atheism or agnosticism means Anglo-Saxon metaphysical empiricism, you know, and science, modern science. So they become very violently defensive about that because that's the kind of linchpin of their entire coherent world of being. Let me just say. That's their entire, like, that's what separates them from, like, madness, you know? Haziki is a dumbass. Fuck you, too. We must give us the power of the community tab. Composerly law to cope. Marxist scripture, worst of all. It's not really Marx either. It's some type of Anglo-Saxon modern science, you know? Because that's why you know it's not just Marxists. Destiny and Voss are the same way as these dogmatic Marxists. So-called Marxists. It's the same mentality. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Henry's here, guys. Everyone say hi to Henry. Okay. It's Henry, guys. Religion has been obliterated in Nordic countries. Yeah, dude, I never think religion's ever obliterated. It always stays unconsciously. Read Marx's Jewish Question. Religion actually never disappears. Even when the people call themselves atheists and secular and all this shit, it's to hide a more fundamental metaphysical commitment that ultimately can be understood from a religious point of view. Yeah, a pattern. Even Soviet Union was atheist. You could still tell it was Orthodox. Orthodox Christianity was like the spiritual substance of communism in the Soviet Union. Hot streams are extremely entertaining. Yeah, we want to keep it that way too. Saturday, we're going to have a lit-ass fucking stream. Today's stream is a little bit more serious. It's not really that serious. Today's stream, I'm a little more calm, and my energy is more zen. Saturday, we're going to have a lit as fuck stream. Saturday, we're going to have some fun, okay? Trust me, we're going to have fun.
Hey, guys.
Kaz, what do you think of this picture? What do you think, Henry? What does this mean? Well, you can't see. See, this is our issue with our...
I can't see it yet.
Yeah. This is our issue with our setup right now. We got to fix our setup, I want to fix it so that we're not just in the corner like this. We're bigger. Because this looks terrible right now.
Yeah, we'll figure it out soon.
Yeah. I disagree with the USSR and hoaxes. It's complicated. I don't know what to think about this picture. I don't know. There's a deeper meaning behind it. What about this? What am I supposed to think about that? What am I supposed to think about this?
Is that just like the frog picture without any context? Or the meme?
Why is everybody saying Haas versus Xanderthal? You guys seem to be based and red-pilled. Nice. But we're not bread-tube. They don't like cybernetics. No, this is wrong. I don't like cybernetics as this ultimate absolute metaphysical stance like how Nick Land does and how some positivists do. I don't have a problem with cybernetics as long as you recognize it to be relative, if that makes sense. Like a relative science. Otherwise, we're down for the cybernetics, okay? But we just don't consider cybernetics to be... metaphysically, I'm against cybernetics. How about that? I think it's supposed to be a frog drinking cum. Do frogs cum? Anime was a mistake. Yeah, I agree. How are these ideas any different from those of the DSA? Dude, if you watch those clips and you're telling me this is the DSA... What the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're already beyond that. We're already so beyond that. We're already so beyond this view of Western entity. You're not familiar with us. You wouldn't be saying this, dude. Sending Sam... Why, dude? Look at our channel. Read our channel. You wouldn't be saying this dumb shit. Shitting on Marxism-Leninism? We didn't shit on Marxism-Leninism. We shit on Western Marxist-Leninists. God damn it. Especially when you acknowledge that China has done. How can you allege the left is dogmatic? Because you are not the same as the Asian left. And hanging up portraits of Mao isn't dogmatic because Mao is a fucking national hero and actually has a concrete meaning in that country. So it's not dogmatic because Mao has a real concrete meaning in that country. When you fucking do it, you just look stupid. How about that? There are still large pictures of Stalin in China. It isn't some fusion of Heidegger or Kautsky. Why are you mentioning Kautsky? No one brought Kautsky up. As for Heidegger, believe it or not, philosophers in China are engaging with Heidegger. But if you want to think about the layman who's committed to the Chinese Communist Party, they don't need Heidegger because they're not facing the crisis we do here in the West. So it's as simple as that. And no, this is not dogmatism, okay? Fanaticism is the word you're looking for, and I don't even agree with that, but they're different things. And calling China dogmatic is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. How are you going to call China dogmatic? Do you know anything about the history of China for the past 30 years, 40 years? You really want to go down that road and call them dogmatic? That's a first for me. I thought they were revisionist. Jesus. Shitting on... Yeah, we also claim to be MLs because we are MLs. There's a difference between criticizing the mentality of other Marxists and Leninists, trying to create crucifixion witch hunts. Yeah, and we're not doing that. Haas clearly doesn't give a fuck about engaging with people who doesn't share his views. Dude, I bet you most of this chat doesn't agree with a lot of things we say, so you're wrong. Okay, what is this? Smug picture. I'd probably agree with him about a lot of things, but his energy is too manic for me. Well, because you need to get off of your fucking blanket in the corner in the shadows and come see the light of fucking day, dude. We gotta be in this shit. We gotta rise, guys. This is 2021. We gotta have some manic fucking energy. You kidding me, guys? It's 2021. No more laying in the blankets in your little comfy blankets, my little tendies, my chocolate milk. Shut the fuck up, dude. We gotta rise. We gotta grow. You gotta have this positive mentality. Go outside and run a few laps. Get that energy flowing. Be manic. We need it. We need it, guys. We fucking need it. More than anything, we need it. Feels like I'm being trapped in a corner of a room at a party and can't get out, because you can't get out. This is reality. You cannot get out. You get with the fucking program. Get that energy going. Move that energy. Because no one's stopping for you. Time is passing you by. It's 2021. Drop the bullshit. Drop the posturing. Drop the now I'm going to be in my little corner with the blanket and the chocolate. No, this is not a comfy stream. I'm not going to make you feel good. I'm not going to make you feel cozy. I'm going to tell you shit you don't want to hear. I'm going to tell you shit that's going to make you feel bad. But it's going to make you feel bad. It's going to toughen you up. So you go outside, you run 10 miles nonstop, and you get that power and energy. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Okay. Maybe I'm just getting old. There's a guy who's 99 years old. He still works out. He still lifts weights. But I realize people can blow hot and that gets a reaction. I listened to what he said, complaining about Western MLs making excuses for not carrying out because we live in the imperial core. Yeah, a phrase that everyone seems to fucking use as an excuse. Well, yes. Well, no. It's a fucking excuse. Is revolution the product of subjective factors or of subjective? Listen to this fucking guy. You're making two wrong assumptions, you arrogant asshole. You're making two wrong fucking assumptions. The first wrong assumption you're making is that I'm saying the whole point is about carrying out a successful revolution. That wasn't the fucking standard I've been holding them up to. I held them up to the standard to establishing a real movement with millions and millions of people in it. At least that's my fucking standard. I didn't say anything about a revolution. But let's go with that. Did I say it's a product of subjective factors? No, because like I said, there has been an objective class struggle at every part of American history. You just overlooked it and fucking ignored it because you're arrogant. Just like with this Trump thing, you're throwing ideological labels and terms because you want to ignore there's an objective populistic momentum today. That's why you shit on people like fucking Jimmy Dore. That's why it's overlooking you. Everything passes you by. It's right in front of your fucking nose and you ignore it out of fucking arrogance. I'm not saying it's the product of subjective factors. This is a non-problem already addressed by Lenin. You are unable to make the distinction between the fact that subjectively we Marxist-Leninists can only establish and prove our relationship to the material necessity of proletarian consciousness and the proletarian movement through Marxist subjectivity. Lenin already pointed it out. He was very fucking clear about it. Okay? Very fucking clear about it. So this is a stupid bullshit that confuses the basic paradox of freedom and necessity. Non-problem whatsoever. Dumb bullshit Lenin already addressed, but you call yourself an ML and you're still making this confusion between subjective factors and objective historical forces, not recognizing, as Lenin pointed out, that this is mediated by this and that different elements can preponderate the terms of the what Lenin called the proletarian movement. You don't know this basic Leninism 101? And you dare have this fucking arrogant face towards us, you fucking moron? Or is it both? It is both. It's both. That's dialectics. It's both. And there's not even a real distinction in the first place, so to speak. These are one and the same reality, okay? But no, I never said it was just subjective factors. Because I never said that there was a problem with the objectivity. The objectivity is fine. The body is fine. The material contradictions, all that stuff is fine. The precise problem is an issue of ideology and subjectivity and dogmatism. And maybe it was necessary in the past, but insofar as infrared is coming out here and making a statement, it's not necessary anymore. That's the whole fucking point of our position. It's not necessary anymore. Maybe in the past it was materially necessary that everyone was a fucking idiot in America and didn't know how to make sense of the reality. But now we can't make that excuse. That's what infrared is all about. If you've lived in the US in the 20th century, the country was apart from beef to on the rise in the world. That's not an excuse. There was an objective class struggle going on even in even while the United States was on the rise. There's never an excuse for communists not to be able to win hegemony over the discontented democratic petite bourgeoisie, aka the populistic majority. Doesn't matter how on the rise your country is. You need to be relevant. You need to be out there. No, a revolution can't happen at every fucking instant of every single day. But what there is no excuse for whatsoever is building a movement that commands the relevance and attention and participation of millions of people. There's no excuse for not having that whatsoever. Period. If you were an American, who would tear that up for a socialist revolution? What are you talking about, dude? You're talking about materialism and Marxism, Leninism, and you're making it seem like this entire historical phenomena is mediated at the individual American level of, well, I'm here in America and it's my choice to decide whether I'm going to tear up the... It's not how it fucking worked, dude. It's like saying they were tearing it up with Huey Long. Was Huey Long tearing it up? Was Jimmy Hoffa tearing it up? Dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And by the way, it's not really a contradiction. A country's civilization, America was on the rise as expressed by the Soviet Union and China, which were very much influenced by this American century and American industrialization. So you're fucking wrong. You just don't know what you're talking about. Jesus Christ. You're calling us idealists and subjectivists, and you're saying something as subjectivist and fucking stupid as this? And what does socialist revolution even fucking mean? You're making it seem like, guys, for all you revolution mongers, I want you guys to know something about revolutions. When revolutions happened, it's already too late. Revolution isn't some magical, fantastical thing that's the be-all, end-all, okay? What's actually more important than this very narrow window of decisive action, which corresponds to a revolution, is A, objective social revolution, and B, actually building a concrete foundation, concrete movement. Okay? You seem to take those for granted and just say, I know what the end goal is. We just got to have a revolution. And then No. Okay? You don't know the fucking end goal. The whole point of revolutionary whatever is that when revolution happens, we'll be ready. But the whole thing isn't about voluntarily creating a revolution. That's fucking stupid. It's knowing the right time. And that's what Lenin got right. He saw it was the right time, and they were able to intervene, and they were able to take power. A socialist, you're just using abstractions that fucking mean nothing, dude. Not many unless they were excluded from it, which is why ML groups in their heyday were disproportionately black and immigrant. Well, now it's intersectionalism. So you're admitting that Marxists have to rely on marginalized groups because of their fucking incompetence in actually winning their country's majority. But let me tell you something. You're mentioning black people as though all they are is some marginalized group for you. Well, guess what? The CPUSA cannot make inroads into the black community. None of your fucking organizations make inroads in the black community because black people have their own independent problems and shit they're dealing with. Stop using marginalized people as an excuse for your fucking incompetence. And same thing is true for immigrants. If anything, this is a sign of the most abysmal failure you can imagine. If you're only drawing from marginalized groups, then you're taking advantage of them. And that's precisely why black people eventually had black nationalism and why you'll never make inroads in their community. Because you don't respect them. You only consider them this marginalized thing. All the people who are marginalized, No. It's never been what Marxism, Leninism was about. That's why Lenin, he won the Russian majority. But the system also made reforms at various stages. And for everyone else, there was the American dream. Yeah, but if you watch our videos about living being and all that, you'll know that sustaining this isn't a given. Again, look at Jimmy Hoffa. Look at all this shit that was going on. None of this was given. It all had to be defended, and it was all in the process of a class struggle. You're making some shit up, dude. Buy a house. Yes, living being. Right. But guess what? That's always under threat. And it especially explicitly came under threat in the latter half of the 20th century. And where were you? Where were you, leftists? Nowhere to be fucking found. You want to know who was found? Reagan. Why did Reagan win over you if what you're saying is true? Because when this did come under threat in the latter half of the 20th century, you MLs were nowhere to be found either. So stop making excuses. All this shit you're talking about is historically relative. Wealth and prosperity is historically relative. Okay? Stop making excuses. There is no excuse. I think you can just will. I never said anything about a revolution, you fucking idiot. Stop making assumptions. Of all the posts, this one triggered me the most. They're just pothead. Who bring Marx in some mess. Who are you talking about, Alfred? Who's Alfred talking about? There's Comrade Romano? Where is he? What do you mean? What do you take from all this? When is Infrared going to start selling essential oil and heal? Shut the fuck up, you shit-talking bitch. Who the fuck is Alfred? Come debate us on stream, you pussy. We're just pothead amateur philosophers who decided to bring Marx in. Marx was everything, you fucking idiot. That's where we began. It all begins with Marx. You fucking moron, you fucking idiot. If you can't see that, whose fault is that, dumbass? So sick of all these people talking out of their fucking ass. I was like you at one point, you fucking moron. I just never lied to myself like how you are, that Marxism doesn't have fatal flaws and internal contradictions when it's not elaborated in the way that we're doing. I just never lied to myself like a dishonest little bitch like how you fucking are. So fucking triggered. Sure, I will debate you. Debate me now, bitch. Come on the fucking stream right now and debate us. Debate me right now, Alfred. Come debate us right now. Come debate us now, Alfred. Come. You triggered me, so let's hear it. Let's hear what you have to say. You're so smart. I want you to explain to us how what we're saying is meaningless and how it has nothing to do with Marx. You come on stream and explain that to us. Come on stream. I will have to get a microphone and then I'll educate you. You're making excuses, you fucking pussy. Get your fucking microphone and then come back. And get the fuck out of here in the meantime, you pussy. Come back when you have your fucking microphone. Bitch.
It seems like everyone who challenges us just doesn't have a microphone. Apparently, it seems like every time we ask someone to debate us, they don't have a microphone.
Yeah, he doesn't have a phone. He doesn't have a fucking phone either. You can call Zoom on your phone, you fucking dumbass. But you're too much of a pussy because you can't back up anything you're saying because you're talking out of your fucking ass. Every time people talk shit at us, every time we have the opportunity to see and address it, they're nowhere to be found and they just complain about our tone. Oh, you're so angry, Haas. Oh, Haas, you're so mean and you're so rude. But what happened to all this shit you were saying before that I addressed and there's nowhere to be found? You were nowhere to be found afterwards. I addressed what you were saying to the point where you can't say shit afterwards and you sound fucking stupid and I prove how you sound fucking stupid and then you focus on my tone and how angry I am. No, I want to go back to when you said we don't know anything about Marx. Go back to your arguments. And by the way, when you come on our stream, you better keep up the same energy. Don't go, oh, it was all jokes and we're all friends. No, we're not fucking friends, bitch. If this was our first fucking stream, maybe you'd be excused. But you should know better now. You should know better now not to say this dumb shit you're saying. This dumb shit what you're saying. Where the fuck is Alfred? I have landline. Then call in our Zoom. Call our Zoom. Call our Zoom right now if you have landline. Call our Zoom. Call our Zoom.
There's no way he doesn't have a smartphone.
Marx was not a pothead philosopher. When did I say he was, you fucking idiot? I don't even smoke pot. Dumb bitch. I don't do any drugs, you fucking idiot. I did sleeping pills 2 fucking weeks because I have insomnia, and I even stopped that shit. There's no drugs in my system whatsoever. I don't do any drugs. I don't even drink. The fuck are you talking about?
This is the most stupid attack. Most of the criticism seems to be criticizing us because we read philosophy. That's stupid. I mean, the entire Marx himself was rooted in the critique of Hegel.
Dude, they just talk out of... Dude, they wouldn't understand Marx. Go read Marx's early works. His very, very early works. Go read them. Go read them. Pre-1840s and early 1840s. Read them. Read them. You wouldn't make sense of them. It's all pothead bullshit. Right? Or is Marx just saying all this convoluted shit to confirm your vulgar Anglo-retarded bullshit fucking position? You fucking moron. We actually read Marx and we understand him. We know why he's saying what he's saying in those works. Can you do that? Because we can. Fucking dumbass. What a fucking idiot. Can you guys do that who say we're not Marxists? Can you actually read Marx and explain to me why he says what he says at this time? Because I bet you can't. I bet you try to simplify it and botch it. Fucking moron. Marx did sit in the British Library and read a ton of books on economics, history, and philosophy. No, he's a schizo, Alexander. That means he's a schizo. He was a schizo, actually. Keep engaging the haters. There were people trying to work through critiquing good faith, your collective thoughts in that thread. Where? I haven't gotten to them yet.
Almost every criticism in that thread so far has been either completely false or a vulgar, like simplification and like bad, mean-spirited or like bad-spirited simplification of what we're saying.
Where's
like how are we merciless? How are we supposed to address that in good faith? Obviously, that's not a good faith criticism. You know, that's BS.
Alfred's the biggest pussy in the chat. Where the fuck is Alfred? I want to know where Alfred is. Where's Alfred? Pussy. Fucking pussy. Talking all that shit, but he's not nowhere to be found to show for it. You're a bunch of pothead philosophers. You're a bunch of schizos. What do you have to show for it, bitch? I'll debate you anytime, any day. I'll make you look stupid. I'll make you cry on stream. I'll make you cry on stream. Fucking idiot. The problem when you see read theory, you'll get guys like that who read, but don't understand what they stand composedly. That's exactly it. These people sit in their little cults, study circles, and they recite the classics of Marxism, Leninism, and they don't even know what they're reading. And they try to discern some type of meaning from it. And they think that because they took away some simplified meaning from it, that means they understand it. When in reality, they couldn't for shit. They couldn't for shit actually explain to you what is actually being written and why, specifically why. The only reason they read this literature is because the Soviet Union and China were ruled by communist parties. And it's literally just that. And they were officiating this literature. It's literally just that. It's literally just that. Yeah, I guess he lost his phone. I guess Alfred the pussy lost his phone. By the way, we don't ban anyone from our live chat. We just time people out sometimes. I timed out one guy, Ray. We didn't ban anyone from our chat before, from our live chat. We can ban you from the channel if it's so annoying in your comments, but we don't ban nobody from our live chat.
Hey, I'm gonna go for a second and try to up my volume, guys. 1 second.
What do they mean by we already live in socialism? I've explained it so many times, okay? I want to tell you what I don't mean, because everyone always puts this in our mouth. I do not mean monopoly capitalism. I do not mean that we live in monopolies or that it's centralization. It's the opposite. That was the 20th century. Now we have a decentralized type of socialism, which awaits a further centralization, because every centralization corresponds to a decentralization and vice versa. Read Deleuze's Difference in Repetition. I know I'm throwing shit out there. Every decentralization takes as its premise a previous centralization. It repeats the original centralization. Actually, reading Marx is painful for me. And you're honest, but these people, they're making it seem like they read Marx and it's self-evident what he's saying. At least you're honest, Justin. From what I took, it's more provocation. Yes, this is heavy true. But it's not simply this, because Lenin already described this, okay? Lenin described this. We're talking about something else. The reason we're saying we already live in socialism is because for us, objectively speaking, socialism was consolidated. So the political economy that exists in the present time, you're dealing with something new. Just like imperialism was something new. We're revisionists, but Lenin wasn't a revisionist. Ignore these clowns. Okay, go ahead and ignore us. We're going to rise either way. You cannot stop us. You cannot stop us. You cannot stop infrared. We're not going to stop. Unless YouTube bans us. That's good to hear. See, not everyone's an idiot. Probably infrared himself. Infrared is over 12 people. And I hope no one in our group posts anything, but I doubt they do. I have no reason to think anyone does. More accurate, their knowledge about philosophy, I guess. Why would they? It's idealist nonsense. It's idealist because everything that I don't understand is idealism. Everything that's outside of my mental safe space is idealism. Exactly. Who's this based guy, dude? I want to start. How do I reward people for being based? Because you guys deserve a reward or something. Dealing with these idiots. How the fuck is it idealist? I know, right? If they knew anything about Heidegger, calling Dasein and this Heideggerian turn idealist, it's literally the opposite. Heidegger's whole point is the critique of modern Cartesian idealism. What do you think Marx means when he says men and women enter into relations independently of their consciousness? It's literally up the same alley. Marx was the first Heideggerian. It's the same thing they're dealing with, the primacy of being. The primacy of being is something Marx lays out very explicitly. For Marx, material being. But what is material? Well, material is essential. It's content. Material is not substance, like how the Anglos are trying to twist and turn and make it seem like what Marx means by material is dead facts. It's not what Marx means. Marx doesn't mean dead sense impressions by material. Marx means what actually is. It's a deeper understanding of being. What do you think Marx is referring to if not material being? Being. Dogmatism is when you reject idealism. Dude, why does this green font piss me off so much? It's just this passive-aggressive, people talking out of their fucking ass sound stupid as fuck. You do you. I hate this green font. Dogmatism is when you reject idea. Dude, you're making shit up. You're making leaps. Leaps. All you guys fucking do is make leaps on that website. Leaps. I'm not going to do an MS Paint right now. Not triggered enough. Materialism is when you pretend. You don't even have to go this far, you know? It's anyone who knows anything about Heidegger knows it's so stupid how people are calling this idealism. Our whole point, guys, is reconciling materialist dialectic with maybe 2 more steps of thought that you have to make in the 21st century. It's so funny how people make it seem like we're just using the name Marx and Marxism when everything began with Marxism. We all began like how you guys are now. We just were honest enough to recognize that wasn't enough. Because there's contradictions. That's why, listen, name me a Marxist who wins debates. Name me a Marxist who can debate contemporary, and they win, and they actually do well. All I see them is stumble, mumble, and fumble. They sound like horrible. They do horrible in debates. Marxists lost the debate in the West. They lost. It's so simple to demolish Anglo-Western Marxism. It's so easy to... Do you want me to do it, guys? It's full of self-contradictions. It's easy to just wipe the fucking floor with. I don't understand how you can be an Anglo-Marxist, dogmatist, whatever, how these guys are. It's so easy to just pick apart and destroy. It's because we're faithful to Marx that we sound crazy, you know?
Just watch some of our videos. I mean, the entire reason why we need to read Heidegger and study all these people is because in the West there isn't this intuitive understanding of what Marxism means like there is in China and in Russia and many other places that have already had confrontations with communism. Here in the West, you can't take that for granted, and so there needs to, we need to, in a sense, Marx himself would say that he would rehabilitate other thinkers, and kind of draw out the, meaningful kernel to their theories. It's not like we're not dogmatically supporting whatever Dugin or Heidegger is saying. We're taking something meaningful from it.
So you guys are saying the audio is terrible? Oh no, here's the problem: is the desktop audio was low. They can't hear you. It's my fault. It was my fault. It was the desktop audio. I had it low on OBS because of the music. I turned it down.
Oh,
It's not Henry's fault. It's not Henry's. Fuck, I'm so sorry. It was my fault. It was OBS.
Now you're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm sorry about that. Guys, look at this hypocrisy. So this guy said, pick one word and stick with it. And then this guy goes, oh, you're casual? Don't worry. One day you will learn how all these words are connected. But when we connect dots, we're schizos. When we try to show how everything's connected and that all this Merkelism, everything's connected, we're schizos, right? What a fucking dogmatism.
We're not the ones making up these ideologies. You're the ones who are like breaking it all apart into these separate thinkers and these separate ideologies. We're not, we're Marxist-Leninists. That's all there is to it. You're the one you're splintering it. We're coming from a unified standpoint to begin with.
You're the ones introducing divisions we don't recognize. You're the ones introducing discrete categories we don't care about. Whose fault is that? Is that our fault? All they said is they read their works exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is a based guy right here. Based. What a fucking OG. There's no reason to deny it. Yeah, he did believe in Nazism as this return to Dasein. Heidegger did, yes. But you have to understand why. The reason Heidegger, in his own words, is because for him, Germany was wedged together. America on one side, the Soviet Union on the other. Heidegger was too stupid to understand that the real content corresponding to his philosophy was actually the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was the revolution in actual reality that corresponds to the revolution in thought Heidegger was trying to initiate. Heidegger and the rest of the thinkers of the German conservative revolution were too stupid to understand that. They thought that Nazism was going to be this because they were dogmatic Western thinkers. And you should expect that from them because it takes a profoundly dialectic view where you recognize something that appears to be the complete opposite is actually where your position is reconciled to understand how it was Bolshevism, it was Soviet Union, Stalinism, that was the true content of the German conservative revolution, including Heideggerianism.
And you just gotta think about it like this too. We're getting criticized in this literally the same way that the New York Times is criticizing left-wing intellectuals in China.
Studying Carl Schmitt.
Yeah. So just who are you aligning yourself with by criticizing us merely on this basis that we're studying German conservative intellectuals? You're the one who's out of the loop. The successful Marxist-Leninists in China have already been studying all of this stuff.
It's like we know Heidegger was a Nazi or whatever, but he wasn't reducible to Nazism. The evidence of this is that while Heidegger's philosophy may be compatible with the Nazis, it wasn't. Why? Because Heidegger fundamentally and absolutely rejected racial science. That's where the line is drawn. You understand? This was an Anglo importation to Germany. Caleb Maupin talked about it. It's completely foreign to the German tradition, Anglo race science. He rejected it fully, and eugenics and all that stuff. He rejected it fully. So maybe the point is Heidegger was just confused and he was kind of stupid. But that doesn't mean you don't recognize the revolution in thought he initiated based on the people who responded to him, who were all Marxists, Kojève, Lacan, Bataille. They were all adjacent to the left in Marxism. For some reason, they make their live streams unlisted. Yeah, because we want our homepage to look good. They seem more schizo than glowy. What does glowy mean? They've explicitly said they take ideas from Dugin. Yeah, we take ideas from everybody because these people have interesting things to say and made unique contributions to thought itself. Nick Land and Dugin, both extremely interesting thinkers. I feel bad for anyone who doesn't understand that. I feel bad for anyone who just looks at Nick Land and goes, oh, I'm allergic to that. I just feel bad for you. You're missing out on understanding so much about our world. You're missing out. Doesn't Lacan consider homosexuality? Dude, no. Okay, this is a... Yes, he does, but don't assume that there's normative connotations of perversion and all that stuff for Lacan. Okay? No, he doesn't undermine... No, he doesn't. He doesn't use this fucking language of more Western civilization. You're attributing normative claims to Lacan that aren't his. Stop trying to fucking cancel everybody. It's so annoying. Stop trying to cancel every fucking person. It's pissing me off. Well, you're gonna cancel... You're gonna just find something to cancel with. Fuck off, man. This American bullshit. Fuck off with this shit. Is Lacan some kind of arch conservative? No, I'm an arch conservative. Clip me and ship me and quote me. Suck my dick too. I'm so sick of this fucking shit. I'm so sick of how they want to cancel everything. Also, Marx was influenced by everyone of his time. Marx was interested in thinkers that were so marginal and so underrepresented that Marx himself justified it, like Henry mentioned before, as giving justice to these thinkers. Marx's own words. He's giving them their proper due. By the way, guys, when Marx was alive, there were no other Marxists he could have a mental safe space behind. Believe it or not. He actually had to be a human being who had to think. You know who was the biggest influence in Lenin's book, Imperialism? Was it a Marxist? No. It was some fucking English guy. It wasn't a Marxist. The biggest influence on Lenin's Imperialism, his book, was not a Marxist.
I mean, with this kind of mentality, like where you reject things because it doesn't completely align up with your view, you basically can't study anything. You know, you can't learn from anything. You can't learn from culture whatsoever. You know, with this kind of mentality. Sorry,
Marxist-Leninist analysis beyond the visible spectrum. Yeah, if you watch our video, The Unknown Cultural Revolution, it'll be very clear what that means. Which is exactly how schizos see themselves. No, you fucking stupid bitch. No, you fucking idiot. Schizos think that beyond the visible spectrum, there are positive, tangible entities that only they have access to and see. We're not saying that. We're saying that we're actually talking about what is beyond the visible spectrum. We're not saying beyond the visible spectrum, there's visibly tangible entities only we have access to. You fucking empiricist dumbass, do you not know what it means beyond the visible spectrum? It actually means beyond the visible spectrum, beyond the surface, establishing a deeper relationship to reality beyond the surface. It's called dialectics. But we're schizos for that, you fucking dumbass. We're not saying there's fucking dragons and dinosaurs that only we can see or something, you fucking moron. Empiricist fucking idiot has to think of everything in terms of tangible, empirical entities. That's why you're calling us a schizo, because you're an idiot. You're just an idiot.
And I mean, this is just like the basics of materialism. You know, they're all criticizing us for being idealists when they don't get this fundamental, like, materialist point. You know, beyond the visible spectrum should be taken literally. There's not something substantial that we're saying, you know, we can see beyond.
Look at this, sorry. Aren't they Westerners themselves, or are they LARPing as third worlders? We're LARPing as third worlders, but in the heading of the thread you call us Merkelis. So choose one. Choose one. Choose some bullshit to label us. Fucking idiot. I can't believe this shit. How people make shit up. You fucking brain dead fucking idiots in this thread. Fucking moron. I posted this in another thread in defense of infrared. Prepare for a reckoning, Haas. Haas, I can't buy a microphone because everyone doesn't have a microphone. Okay, bother me when you have a microphone. I post this in another thread in defense of infrared. Infrared is important not because they're right or wrong. It is the anti-dogmatism. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. If your org's primary praxis has been selling newspapers the last few years, fuck you. I completely agree, dude. This is nice.
Based comment.
Based. He should go debate Vosh, then be very funny. I'm not going to ask Vosh to debate him. Vosh has to come to us and take debate. Dogmas just retards and LARPers do more. Exactly. That's why he needs to grow. He says there's a master plan to go. Yeah, dude, we are going to grow. We are growing as we speak. We're growing as we speak. We're growing as we speak. I'm now full. There's no such thing as Hazism, okay? Don't ever say the word Hazism. Rethink what you thought about Marxism, Leninism, because that's what we're trying to put into new perspective. Just rethink what you think about it, you know? Don't invent new terms like Hazism. Ezra's here. Is he here? He's joining.
Yeah, I think he's joining.
Yeah. What up, Composer Lee? All they do is attack you. Oh yeah, that is you. Holy shit, dude. 488K. That's crazy. It's crazy. Crazy how you found us, dude. We're such a small channel. Anti-Anglos still pose mostly from Western philosophy. Everyone tries to find contradictions and holes in us that I already fucking addressed. In the beginning of the stream, I literally said, you need to understand, yes, we're Westerners. If we want to understand Marxism, Leninism, we have to make it translatable to us. And that's what I'm fucking doing. It's the only reason we're being accused of schizos is because I'm translating Marxism, Leninism in terms you Westerners can actually understand, which is through Heidegger. And by the way, even people in the East are reading Heidegger because they're making this connection and understanding that Heidegger is a bridge between the East and the West. What's up, Ezra?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello. How's everyone? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Can you all hear me?
Okay, I gotta get out of this thread soon and finish up, so we can return to full screen because this looks terrible right now. So, or let me just expand this. And then I'll see if, yeah, it's not gonna work. This looks terrible. Okay, I'll keep it like this for now. Alright. Let's continue. Marcuse? Is this not how you pronounce it? Marcuse, right? He just got, okay. CPUSA
that's how I
is a really
pronounce
existing
it.
communist party. Dude, I'm saying parties are like corporations now. You can't just fucking make one from scratch. It requires so much money, so much infrastructure, so much resources. Do you not know the scale at which parties have to operate in this day and age? It requires so much. It's literally a corporation. You need millions and millions of dollars to sustain a real party if you want to fucking have a chance in a country like America. All I'm saying is that the CPUSA is a brand and a tradition. I already said they have shit politics. Stop fucking putting words in my mouth. You fucking idiot. He likes the CPUSA even though they have shitty politics. I never said I like their politics. I said I like the brand. The brand. Yes, it's all about brands in this corporate age. Get over it. Stop being a hippie idiot who wants to form a little cult based on your fucking purity. Grow up and this is the real world. He used the CP... Yeah, exactly. All these base people defending us. Don't even intellectually... He said nothing positive. Yeah, dude. Look at how people... This is why I'm going crazy and getting triggered, guys. Because I can't tell what's real and what's not real when I read this website. People make me think I'm crazy. People make me think and make me doubt myself and gaslight me based on shit I just said. And then I see comments defending us. It almost makes me even more mad. Because it's like, it's this self-evident. People do get it. And where are these fucking haters coming from putting shit in my mouth? What? The US already has... Okay. So this 500k meme YouTuber is really a commie? What the fuck? Yeah. Are we rising for real? Yes, we are rising for real. Infrared simply cannot be stopped. That's a fact. Infrared simply cannot be stopped. Just putting this out there. By the way, Neon, I don't know your real name. That wasn't me, okay? I never knew you real. I didn't make this image. I had Neon the dumbass, and I had Neon. I never put this name in parentheses. I'm not going that far, okay? You pissed me off, Neon, but don't assume I'm trying to dox you and shit. I'm not, okay? That's not my fault. Y'all come at this from an Anglo-axiomatic point of view. You can't be autistic and schizophrenic. It's literally impossible. Yeah, and I explained why for both of those. So who's the fucking idiot? Sounds like you, bitch. Voss defends child pornography because he thinks using logic. Yes, he thinks in logistic terms, whatever how the fuck you say it. And that leads him to really counterintuitive and extreme robotic, inhuman positions because he thinks intuition is wrong and feeling is wrong and the aesthetic is wrong and it's all a matter of axiomatic systemic consistency. So yes, that's exactly why. Stop trying to fucking use blackface and pretend you're a black guy because you're not. You're not a cool guy. You're not a cool casual guy. You're a fucking bitch nerd on the fucking internet. Sorry. Still command a lot of old infrastructure rooted in unions. He too believes the Democratic Party is a Leninist party? Neat. What? What the fuck am I reading here? What the fuck am I reading here? What is he talking about? Someone want to fill me in and tell me what he talked about? Marx said children should work. In the context, Marx said education should be integrated with work. I still agree with that. Sex work is work. When did infrared agree with that? We said the opposite is true. We never said sex work is work, dumbass. Therefore, Jim Watkins is a commie. Listen, dumbass Voshian bitch. Let's put this fucking retard on the spotlight right here. Biggest dumbass I fucking read so far. You fucking idiot. If you're using a logic chain, this is not the conclusion you have to fucking come to. Because not all work, even if we accept sex work is work, not all work is sex work. So it doesn't follow like this, dumbass. This guy wants to trigger you, pay no mind. They're succeeding. They're succeeding. Yeah, this guy's not very good at articulating himself. No, if you are not a nerd and you're chill and you're watching, you will never ever make these crazy conclusions these people are drawing. Okay? You'll just get it. You don't overthink it. If you overthink it and try to come from a bad faith perspective and just assume we're a bunch of dumbasses who don't know anything about what we're talking about, you're going to get what you're looking for. I can't help you. If you come off the bat and want to assume we're fucking dumbasses who don't know shit about what we're talking about, you're going to get exactly what you're looking for. What a fucking surprise. You're going to get the thing you're looking for that you premised your fucking engagement with us on the basis of. We don't have our own Reddit page. We don't. Anglo-Saxon humor is no laughing matter. Because there's no such thing. Because they're just not funny. All this is based on fucking romantic... Oh, I'm better than everyone. That's the... Listen, guys, this is Anglo-Saxon humor. You want to hear it? Well, it turns out I am indeed better than everyone. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I'm better. Ha ha. Everyone is inferior to me, in fact. Ha ha ha. Anglo humor never knows how to be self-depreciating. That's why it's not funny. Revolution isn't
But they pretend to be, but they're not.
Here's another bad faith retard of the week. Revolution isn't the be-all, end-all. You have to see the right time for revolution to be ready for it. Yes. Okay, this is not a bad faith. Okay. This is based. Even though he has the anarcho flag, this is a based comment. Revolution, Maoist strategy fits this pretty well. Yeah, you don't ever romanticize revolution, guys. Don't ever romanticize revolution because it's something that happens very quickly. It's usually very ugly, and it's nothing to like glorify and like, oh, maybe after it happens you can glorify it. But a specific revolution, it's almost like a coup. That's what they call the Bolshevik October Revolution. They call it a coup. The Anglos call it a coup because it's not this thing that people think. It's not like a carnival or a festival like that shitty movie Reds tried to depict it as. It's not how revolutions work. Fuck Reds, I hate that fucking movie. Bookchin. I don't know why we have anything to do with Bookchin.
I don't even know what that phrase means.
First, I'm a schizo who's too unserious, I'm too much of a jackass, and I'm too unhinged. But now I take myself too seriously. You can't win. You can't win. You can't win. I tried to have fun with you guys. No one wants to have fun, apparently. You guys want to have fun in the chat or no? I tried. But look what everyone did to me. They took me out of context, made it seem like I was being serious at that time. No, I'm being serious now, bitch. You made me angry. Since when did you become a cheerleader? Normally your post... Okay. He's not being a cheerleader. You're just being a fucking idiot. The million categories is Anglo brain rot and said exactly. I hate the green font. I know I hate it. Exactly. Okay, I'm fine with that. You can disagree with a lot of us. I don't have a problem with that. As long as you're not a hater. And as long as you're not a bad faith. Force me to keck. Yeah, keck. Everyone only keck in the chat. No lols. No LOLs. This is a keck only chat. Should we start calling... Okay, not my business. Do these guys support modern China? What does support mean? Guys, here's what we want you to get you out of the habit of doing. We want to get you out of the habit of thinking that you make a difference. Whenever you say you support something, back it up practically somehow in a meaningful way. Okay? And I'm not saying you saying go out and do charity for China. I'm telling you the opposite. Stop saying you support this or that when you don't matter objectively. We never said we support anything. We said we need to learn from China. Okay? But no, we don't condemn China as a revisionist, evil revisionist, and that we're the true Maoists. So we're not MLMs. We are not MLMs. That's your question. I honestly cannot discern any actual politics from this stream. It is a mishmash. What is not a mishmash, bitch? What is not a fucking mishmash? Every fucking thing in the world is a mishmash, dumbass. Tell me what is your atomic, atomized, sovereign and independent concept that is not somehow a mishmash and a metonymy referring to a string of millions of other fucking words and concepts. Everything in this life is a mishmash. Everything in the world is a mishmash. Why is that so impressive and shocking to you is beyond me, is beyond the threshold of my ability to comprehend why you're scared of mishmashes or why you find that significant. The better question is this: if we're a mishmash, what coherence are you coming from? Because I can prove that your pretended coherence is actually a mishmash. Of barely understood comments by who? By you, not by us. Don't get it confused. And badly mangled and somewhat correct. You sound like my fucking high school English teacher. Dude, you're on a fucking website called Lefty Poll, and you're in 2021 when you're witnessing an institutional collapse, but yet you're acting like a fucking NA school teacher for free for what? Dude, wake up and get over it. The authority and establishment institution that you respect so much and you think is the only way you can relate to reality, I wipe my ass with it. And you're posting on a website called leftypoll.org. So stop acting like you're the fucking professor, English professor, and you're grading my paper. Oh, this is a badly mangled, grammatically atrocious, and your syntax. You're like one of those fucking bitch-ass people who the only thing they take away from Trump's speeches is that they're grammatically incorrect. Dude, but Trump won in 2016, even though everything he said was grammatically incorrect, and you, cuck, lost. Which I replied to no real end. It's talking for its own sake. I'm about to be kicked out of my apartment because of how much I have energy to yell and be angry right now. We're talking for our own sake. This is so triggering. It's so triggering. We speak about actual content, and all this guy says is we're talking for its own sake because he doesn't understand the content. That's how fucking arrogant and dogmatic he is. You want to know why we have so much haters in this thread? Because I just respond to their comments and I just eviscerate and I just show how fucking stupid these people are. And even though they're anonymous, it makes them feel bad. They think Am I actually this stupid? Yes, you are. You are this stupid. The stupidity you feel in your heart that I'm exposing right now, you actually are that. You are that fucking stupid. You really are. But with a bunch of philosophically and academically, Ezra and Henry, he said academically abstracted Marxism. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, we're the exact opposite of that. If we were that, you probably would like us. But we're not that.
He said academically. He said academically is abstracted Marxism.
Well, I think some people just think if you don't understand it, it's quote unquote academic.
Dude, lefty poll accepts us. Universities are going to be the last people to accept us. These people hate us. Every academic who encountered us, who's a hardcore academic, hates us. We have nothing to do with academics. Nothing. They hate us more than you do. Actually, they're the reason why you hate us, because you respect what they say so much that you hate us. Called us an academically abstract. Dude, you sound really dumb. Okay, here's some criticism. I think people like Lacan and Heidegger are worth reading, but they're just on another level than Nick Land or Dugan. No, Nick Land's very deep too, and so is Dugan. But people just know them for the silly things they've said. The former are actually well accepted and well reviewed. Dude, but this is an argument from authority, okay? Not to be a logical fallacy type of guy, because I don't believe in that type of stuff, but it's true in terms of content. You're just kind of appealing to authority, and Land is a bit of a crackpot. Well, everyone's a crackpot, dude. It's just that I think Land is very coherent. Land is not a crackpot. He's very coherent. He's very consistent, and he's very clear. In fact, Nick Land, quote me on this, Nick Land is one of the most clear and concise writers I've ever encountered ever. Period. And I admire it. I wish I could write like Nick Land. I'd like to hear from the other two people. Perhaps they're more reasonable. No, Alfred. They're just less angry, probably. They're just probably less angry. You fucking bitch, Alfred. You came back, even though you're not.
We just wish we have Haas energy.
Channa went from pothead philosophy to ad hominem. Yeah, bitch, because you wouldn't debate us because you said you only have landline phone. You fucking talking out of your ass. Alfred, how can you show your face here, you disgrace? How can you even show your face here? You're exiled, dude. Based on shame here. I'm not even going to ban you or time you out. You should feel ashamed being here, showing your face around here. Alfred's back. Dude, Neon, who's our haters? 4 of them so far. Alfred, Neon, Ray, and that one guy from yesterday. I forgot his name. Crackpot. Dugan is Russia's more... No, dude, Dugan goes deep too. You just haven't read Dugan. I've read Dugan, by the way. I've read Dugan's actual books and writings. Dugan goes very deep.
He's also incredibly influential, even almost on everyday level in Eurasia, like in China and in many other countries. People almost take his theories as foundation for politics these days.
I think it's a mistake to elevate them to that level. But, well, they're not on the same level for a generational reason. Nick Land is a disciple of Deleuze. Deleuze was a disciple of Lacan, who was a disciple of Heidegger. Dugan is also a disciple of Heidegger. So that's why there's this difference. It's a generational issue. Dugan and Land are coming from the 90s. These other guys are coming, they have more authority just because they're older, basically. An Adhan is an attack against the person, not the argument. He'll go off on the first sentence calling the person retarded and agree with him later on like a retard would. I can't read your name, dude, but we're under attack from all sides now, so sometimes I misunderstand what people are trying to say, okay? But we do I always attack the argument. And I attack the person too. So yes, I do ad hominem. Shut the fuck up about these logical fallacies, by the way. I do the ad hominem, but I also attack the argument. So that's what matters. Did you hey Mike? This is getting old. Did you hey Mike? What does that mean? MS Paint stream? Not yet. Funny how 4 years ago we'd have said something different about Dugan. Explain. It seemed to me, okay, I'm trying to finish this thread because I want to exit out of this. I'm not claiming they don't but they are for sure failing to communicate one because we're not going to let you put us in a box. We're sick of boxes, okay? Just call us infrared. I'm sick of boxes. I'm sick of little mental safe spaces you can hide around. That's why we're failing to communicate one. Sorry, let me just finish this. Because of the disorganized way they are talking about these subjects and not really connecting them together. How do you want us to connect them together, huh? Because to us, everything a priori is somehow connected already. So how do you want us to make the connection? You seem to want an explicit connection between all these names and concepts, not based on the content of the concepts and names as we're using them, but because you're triggered at the idea that everything in reality is connected, and you want everything to be organized in little autistic boxes and safe spaces, okay? Exactly the Anglo box. I want to make that a meme. New meme just dropped. The Anglo box. Okay? Get that rolling. We're not going to be in your Anglo box. There's no Anglo box you can put infrared inside. Is he probably going to read this? Yes, I am. Here's some advice to you. Stop engaging in bad faith. No, it's content. It doesn't help that they refer to all media elsewhere that nobody will bother to look up, because why the fuck would they? So don't. They might have studied Marx for trillions of years for all I care, but they're obviously not organized a single fucking thing IRL in their real lives. All organization means to you is pain, you fucking bitch. It's all it fucking means to you is pain. And you're wrong about that, by the way. For most of us, you're wrong, at least, as far as I know. But I'm not going to say anything for everyone. I'm not going to speak for everyone. But you're wrong about that. But even if you were right, all you'd be doing is wasting your time. Because all organization today means is charity and suffering, Protestant, Christian bullshit. I come from a Muslim background. I'm exempt. How about that? I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe pain equals good. I don't believe that just because you suffer, you did anything productive. Just because you suffer and you waste your time doing some shit, it makes you feel better, doesn't get you any fucking farther in reality. You can do all the fucking organizing you want. I'm here to do shit that's effective. That's what infrared's about. Effective information and communication so that the action you may do in reality won't waste your fucking time. Because I can't tell you how much it's just a waste of your fucking time. Go to a fucking DSA meeting. Tell me your time isn't being wasted. I'll wait. Go to your fucking DSA meeting. Tell me it's not wasting your time. I'm sitting here, I'll wait. I'll wait for you to crawl back to me and feel good about yourself for organizing. Fucking bitch. I love how Haas can't just let his co-host talk. Because I started this, because this thread is primarily an attack on me. I'm gonna exit this thread, and then we're gonna go back to the normal. I just want to finish this thread. Okay? Because they can't even see this thread right now, guys. They can't even see this thread right now. That's how our setup needs to be fixed so that we can see everything we're looking on, and I can fix this corner right here. I can fix this shitty thing so that we can all, be dispersed, have our own boxes. That's why, okay? It's literally just because of that. They fetishize suffering as a good trait. I know. Isn't that they refer to all kinds of other media? It's more than that, though. They are incorporating ideas from a bunch of eclectic sources. Again, who is not eclectic? Who? Tell me who. I'm starting to sound like an owl. Who? But making it unclear what is the source is because there is no Anglo box. Because we don't have an Anglo box. We draw from everything based on the content. You should fill your mind with everything. You're giving institutions and academia so much power because you're just admitting you can't do it independently. You have to go to school and pay $50,000. Can you do a screenshot on the Zoom call? Yeah, but it looks like shit in the capture for OBS. People keep posting you're never gonna finish. I am gonna finish because I'm gonna draw the line somewhere. Okay. Yeah, so even if you're as knowledgeable as they are, no, you're not. If you're as knowledgeable as we are, every name we drop and everything we're pointing to, it's going to ring a bell, and you're going to see how it's connected. It's literally impossible to follow because they're not providing the necessary context. What do you fucking talk about? Give me one example of that. Give me one example of that when there's no necessary context. I'd like to see that. It's amazing how humanity was the apex of the dumbest part of the academic left, which I have nothing to do with, while also failing at even the most basic aspects of the academic part of the academic left. Dude, you just said I'm the dumbest part, and then you said I'm the dumbest part again. If you want to know the structure of an irony, it's based on contradictions. So this would be a real sentence if you were to say, he's both the apex of the dumbest parts of the academic left, while also trying to be the smartest part. Like, that would be an ironic sentence. You failed at this sentence. F-, dumbass bitch. I mean, pretty much academia these days, isn't it? Well, true. Dude, exactly. This is all dialectics. It's because we don't talk like nerds, but yet we know what these academics are talking about. I know what these academics are talking about. In so many words, I'm simplifying it. And I'm trying to simplify it. These motherfuckers want to gatekeep all of you in the stream right now, and they want you to pay God knows how many tens of thousands of dollars to get an education just to be able to discursively participate in what our collective, does for free. That you're participating in this fucking gatekeeping is what you're doing. Stop propping up these fucking academic bullshit things. They're not as smart as you think they are. They're not. It's all bullshit. The dumbest part. You think we're doing this because it's an academic trend? Dude, I'm banned from academia. I'm banned from it. Haz, I'm familiar with your references and I'd love your shit until today. Dude, this is so annoying. Why? I didn't drop out. I'm just saying they'll never accept my stuff in academia. What we haven't... Okay. Now, his stance on the CPUSA is even more confusing. How did I not clarify it in crystal clear words, though? I clarified it in crystal clear words. I refuse to be gaslighted like this. I'm not being schizo or incoherent. Roll back the clip and try to find a clip that makes me sound incoherent about this CPUSA thing. There's nothing. You're going to have to splice me. You're going to have to splice me and lie. But that's okay. Because it's for the memes. It's for the content, right? But that's the only way you're going to make me sound incoherent. I'm crystal clear. Clear. Sorry.
Anything with nuance, it's just called schizophrenia. Anything with the slightest bit of nuance. The thing about the CPUSA was a really simple point. We disagree with their politics, but we like their aesthetic and their tradition, etc. That's a very simple point.
Their brand. I said it like that. I even said their brand. They're a corporation. So it's just a brand. Right. Yeah. How is that not crystal clear?
It's more straightforward.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. Oh no, Haas took the woke turn. No, I didn't, dude. I'm just saying you're an uptight, frigid little bitch on the internet, nerd, and you're trying to make yourself seem casual and cool using memes from Twitter. But I can see past it because I see the person behind the keyboard. Trust me, I do. I know what you look like behind the keyboard. I know how you are behind the keyboard, guys. Don't try to act cool and try to shit on infrared. If you're on a website called Lefty Poll, no hate, no disrespect, chances are you're not this cool guy. So stop posturing. Imagine thinking the CPUSA needs millions of dollars to survive. To be an effective party in America, you need millions. Ezra, I'm not going to speak on your experience, Ezra, but what do you think about that, Ezra? Do you need millions to survive as a party in America?
You probably
to win a presidential,
needs more than millions.
To win, for example, a campaign.
Not just for campaigning, but just maintaining an actual organization. Most of the parties today, they're always in shambles. They're all desperately trying to, the fringe parties, even as small as they are, they're trying to piece everything together. And they, but as a mass party, you definitely need million. You would get more than a million at least if you're that influential.
Is the DSA a party? No, they're a group. I don't consider anybody a party who doesn't even have a fighting chance like the Democrats and Republicans do. So there is only two parties in America in a sense. In Europe, I know the situation is different, but in America, yeah, you are going to need millions if you're going to build a real party like the Socialist Party in the 20s with Eugene Debs. It's going to have millions of people in it. Did you guys know that a real party in America is going to need minimum 1 million people to be real? To be a real party? Out of a population of 300 million, you need at least 1 million to be a party. Minimum. I think 5 is fair. But let's just say 1. That's what I'm talking about when I say party. 1 million. CPUSA is a powerful brand. It's a brand. And I can envision it. As getting to that level. I can't envision pulling something out of my ass and starting a party with the 12 people in infrared and that going anywhere, because it's not. And neither is your little groupsicles you guys have either. And neither is Lefty Pull as a whole if it wanted to start a party in America. You can't start parties anymore, I don't think. At least in America. Notice me, Haz, you're noticed. I mean, even if you can argue, because communism... We've never told people to vote Democrat. Went through the fucking thread. Maybe he's really an autist, not a schizo. It is impossible to be both. I just explained why. Man is extrapolating a critique of his incoherence into me not liking mixing peas and mashed potatoes together. What are you fucking talking about? Why is mishmash significant? Because the idea of having a political program... We don't have a political program, you fucking idiot! We're not a party! We never said we have a political program! Where are you getting that from? Where are you fucking getting that from, huh? It's to crystallize the concepts into something structural that can be applied in a political... What is he rambling about? Where did we talk about a political program? What's your actual program, Haz? I'm about to go autistic. I'm about to go ape shit. I'm about to go King Kong, start breaking shit. I'm about to start breaking shit. I just said you can't create a party from scratch, so I don't have a program. What the fuck do you think this is, huh?
They want is a fantasy. That's what they want. That's all it would be. If a bunch of people get together and make a party, that's just a fantasy. He thinks
I'm gonna create a cult and I'm gonna create a 10 Commandments program and expect everyone to follow my little program. I'm just one guy, okay? And we're just 12 people in this infrared, or more or less. So what do you think? I want to see a debate between Haz and Man on the Wall. Jason, if Jason's polite, we'll be polite. So you're not going to get this energy directed at Jason. Nick Land is one of the most clear and concise writers I've ever read. He is. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The German and French writers are kind of hard. At least they're easy for me now, but in the beginning they were kind of hard. Land is very easy to read. He's very easy to read. And he doesn't write a lot either. All his works are short. And he does it on purpose. So Land is very accessible from where I'm coming from. He's a very accessible writer. Isn't the whole Dugan is very influential, very much a meme? No, he is pretty influential.
In terms of his theory, not his political influence on Putin or something.
Yeah. His book, The Foundations of Geopolitics, it is influential. Nick Land has written... Fang Numina is not a book Nick Land wrote. It's a compilation of writings by Nick Land. And they're very short writings. I like how he makes a point about anti-academicism, but he always just brings up all kind of books and writings without talking about what he thinks these works or what points he wants to make bringing them up. Basically, always presuming an academic context within his own dialogue. Well, I'm saying if you're interested in looking up these names, go pursue that. That's all I'm doing.
You know how the cultural elites win? When you deny yourself access to these thinkers because you think that makes you academic.
It's the internet. Look them up, dude. It's the internet. You don't need to go to school to understand this. Use Google. Google it. I'm going to put a question for the chat. That's my question. Fucking Google it, dude. Communicating a political program is being put in a box. Here's political program Andy, the biggest dumbass ever. Yes, schizo hours. Yes, everything is connected, Haz, but we're not all connected directly and equally. When did I say we are, you fucking idiot? If everything was connected directly and equally, and that's what I was saying, then I would just be saying something meaningless in a meaningless order. But everything I'm saying does have order and does have rationality. You can't seem to parse what that is. And instead of in good faith asking me, you just make assumptions. They are connected.
The stream has 50 likes.
Should I just start reading this in English accents? They are connected in roundabout ways by all the ideas between them. Wow, nice materialism. A functional ideology is based on mention. When did we mention anything about a functional ideology? And what a stupid word, a functional ideology. Ideologies aren't created in a fucking lab to be functional, you pragmatic American retard. Functional ideology is something you can only judge after an ideology or whatever actually takes effect. And it functions in reality, not because someone wanted it to function, but because it actually does as a phenomena. For example, nationalism. Did someone create nationalism in a lab? Or is it a phenomena expressed in actual reality that functions in a certain way? Which one's the materialist analysis? Which one's the idealist one? You're a pragmatic American idealist. Is based on making specific connections, or is this American accent? Based on making specific connections and separations that allow you to prioritize certain parts of the whole, and as a result, make changes as a whole. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You know, this has nothing to do with anything we're saying. We are doing that. You're just not seeing how we are. You're just not seeing that we are prioritizing certain things and de-emphasizing other things. Otherwise, I couldn't even make a sentence. I would just be saying every single word in the English language at once. Can you guys put together a reading list? We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Trust me. We'll put together a reading list, but we have to know more about where you guys are at. These guys aren't helping us do that. We're not just going to throw books at you and let you have jerk-off reading circles like how these ML groups in the West do. Okay, guys? It's way better to study independently. Guys, what do you think? Speaking in terms of infrared, where did you learn more? In the very beginning when we had these study circles, or just doing shit on your own?
Mainly on my own, to be honest. I mean, it's like, because, you know, when you have discussions, like just general discussions, you know, all of that stuff you're learning on your own, it gets put into context, it gets debated, talked about, etc. But then, like, when it comes to yourself, you know what you need to, like, what you're missing, what you need to learn, and what you need to study.
And also, the very act of learning is highly decentralized. People come from different backgrounds, have different assumptions. Even if they want to learn about the same thing, you have to do it differently with different sources.
Exactly. Ezra always comes and brings up crazy new insights based on readings he does independently, and that's how we all learn together. We don't. You know, you can't. It is a very individual thing. It is. Not gonna lie to you guys here. It's a very individual thing. Would it be stressed to infrared as like the gray zone? I don't know. Western Marxists, everything is defined by putting into a box because humans are totally robots. Exactly. Is anyone WebM of socialism with Chinese characteristics, where the Chinese academic is calling about the huge ideological box? I don't know what the retards he is banned from academia. I'm saying in the sense that in academia, they don't accept me in my way of approaching things, in my way of thinking. They don't accept me. I'm not the type of cite your sources guy who's formalistic and stuff, and you know, I'm not that type of guy. I don't believe. Listen, let me tell you something about academia. Academia only allows you to write in a passive voice, and it allows you to be the passive medium by which objective knowledge is expressed. I'm speaking in an active way. We in infrared speak in an active way. The discourse of the university, which what Lacan calls it, is a false sense of speaking purely in objective terms with no human element whatsoever. That's what academia is, robotic thinking. Even if they're continental, even if they're not Anglo or analytical. Did he get caught? No, I'm not banned from college. I said they wouldn't allow my shit. So I was trying to break into bourgeois politics. Meaningless word, bourgeois politics. Meaningless word. What's your proletarian politics, dumbass? Mutual aid on the street and jacking myself off on the sidewalk? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Chaz? Is Chaz proletarian politics? What's your proletarian politics? Tell me what your proletarian politics is. I get the sense that Vanguard just want to get elected, cash out, and go grill.
Is he even referring to us?
He's referring to our how we're they are referring to us. Okay. Failing to capitalize black is grounds for permanent exile. I agree with DSA. I have never agreed with DSA about anything. Where did I agree with DSA? Most of us are familiar with the ML classics, just not sure where to branch out from there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Based mango. It's because people don't know how to make sense of them. People don't know how to make sense of them. See you later, Jawad.
Yeah, nice having you.
CPUSA seems full of neo brand. Then you go change it, dude. I like the brand. I'm saying the brand and the aesthetics and the tradition of the part and the name recognition, brand recognition. Stop complaining.
We're looking at it in a future-oriented way. You know, we're kind of talking about what it could be, not what it is right now, but what it could be.
Yeah, we don't care about what little trends permeate there. I promise you, if you implanted Haas in the DSA would be shaken up a little bit. You believe that, but I'm not going to do it because I know I just caused a lot of problems. Could you clarify your position? How is direct? Because there's no such thing as direct action. Direct action is actually direct autism and direct LARP, where you put on a furry suit and run around naked and you feel good about yourself. There's no such thing as direct action. Let me tell you guys something about dialectics. According to dialectics, the relationship between individuals and material polity, right? I like calling it the polity, the social whole, whatever you want, the mode of production, the state. You have to recognize there is a discontinuity that makes it impossible to act directly. Every action is always indirect. Every action is always indirect. If you're a Western individualist retard, you do think that there's such a thing as direct action. If you're a materialist and you're a dialectician, you understand that between me, a subjective individual, and the material social whole, or the polity in which I live, there is a fundamental discontinuity that makes direct action impossible. And Westerners' inability to realize this is why they're such clowns. They run around outside naked with furry suits and they start screaming and, screeching and shit, doing dumb shit, embarrassing themselves, and they call that praxis and they call that direct action. There's no such thing as direct action. Please recite that every night as a mantra before you go to sleep. There is no such thing as direct action. There is no such thing as direct action. If I'm a preacher, Southern preacher, there is no such thing as direct action. Y'all get around, sit on the congregation. We're going to have a congregation here. Lord, there is no such thing as direct action. Amen. There's no such thing. Trust me, there's no such thing. We don't have a political program. Why would we? You're really overthinking what infrared is. You really think we're so pretentious that we're claiming we're the vanguard party and we have a political program for you? Whoever's doing that is lying to you and trying to con you and scam you.
You don't just create a party and a program out of thin air. You just make it. You don't just create it from your mind.
It's like, at that point, you may as well be like Black Hammer and just make a city. At that point, you may as well make a city, Neat. It's helping the community a bit, but neat. That's always in the context of an indirect political... it's never direct, neat. It's never direct, is what I'm trying to say. You can't just smash the state, exactly. Direct, okay, everyone likes to use the Black Panther Party, but here's what people take for granted about the Black Panther Party is that they were entrenched in the community they came from, okay? There's the national aspect people overlook. It's the Black Panther Party, not the White Panther Party clowns. Please stop using them as an example, okay? It wasn't direct action. Because the reason it wasn't direct action, guys, is because the Black Panthers were actually coming from the community they were from, the black community. So it wasn't direct, how you're trying to say. It wasn't direct.
And also the free brackets program, it's not the end in itself. It's not just they do an action because they just want to feed people, because you can't feed an entire nation of people. It's something they do to try to make a social connection with their community, which they have concrete roots, not someone who just goes in, all right, I'm going to help you guys. I know more than you. I'm better than you. I sympathize you. I pity you. So therefore, I'm going to feed you.
And what is that, guys? That's indirect. If it's direct action, just like Ezra said, then the goal is just to feed people. If it's indirect action, there's something else going on. Sonic Dreams. Haas, is your entire ideology derived from Metal Gear Solid 2? I've never played that game once. English accent goes full Dixie, close enough. Yeah, I changed to an American one because it's American pragmatism. Look them up. Haas, my man, the duty of a vanguard, which is not... They're still calling us a vanguard. Dude, We're like a little bit over. Dude, listen. How many of us are not even living in America? I think it's more than half at this point, isn't it?
Feels like it.
Yeah, it seems kind of close to half, probably a bit more than
50-50? So half of us don't even live in America. Why are you saying we're the vanguard? We're not. You don't even know what vanguard means, dude. We live in 2021. A lot of time has passed since Lenin's time. Okay? What a stupid way of thinking. Dude, I have to just think, Ezra, you probably know a little bit about this. When you have something like the Chinese Communist Party, when they look at Western leftists talk about a vanguard party, do they not see a type of insanity in that? That they can actually reproduce something at the scale of the Communist Party of China at this individual level?
Yeah, they do. And whenever I have like good people I know from China, I try to patiently explain the situation in America. It's not, after first impression, it's not just finding it insane. They just can't believe it. They just can't comprehend it, huh? You're just gonna, in the United States 21st century era of, in the hegemonic center with all this, the tag and the way economic structure just gets wrong, and then just form, all right, we're gonna form a party and then just be the vanguard as that, like just directly on personal level. But that's impossible. Definitely not the experience, same condition as the CCP had, and people understood it outside of America.
It's crazy because it's like people who think they can just create a vanguard party from scratch are just as stupid as people who try to create states from scratch like Chaz or Hammer City. It's literally the same thing. It's the same ridiculous inability to distinguish scale that is beyond the individual purview. I hope fat ass Vosh takes the bait. I don't want to insult his physical appearance, Unless he, insults mine, then we can have that.
Also, just one quick thing, like we are currently now, just replying to the previous thing on Lefty Poll, we're not trying to organize the proletariat. You guys are not the proletariat. You may be some of you may be from proletarian background, but you are not the proletariat. We're just engaging on the intellectual level, because as we are theoretical exchange and communication online. This will be even more ridiculous, saying Marx's private letters organizing the proletariat or something.
Let me respond to this on a deeper level. I don't expect you to get it at once, dude. But I'm just saying, in your day-to-day life, you're going to encounter ideas you're not familiar with. But one day you might remember something Haas said on stream, okay? And you're going to think, Haas kind of talked, and you're going to make a connection. I promise you that's how it works. It's how it worked for me, and it's how it worked for everybody I know. You're going to, in your day-to-day life, you're going to encounter ideas you weren't familiar with before, but which, remembering what Haas said or what someone said from infrared, is going to make more sense to you than it would of others. And it's a gradual type of thing. I don't expect you to put in all this work and read all these books. I'm just saying, I'm opening a door for you is all I'm doing, okay? I'm just opening the door for you. That's why I'm mentioning these names. I just want to open the door for you, okay? Ideologies aren't created in a lab, for instance, nationalism. It's like the worst possible example of how ideology is organic. I disagree. I think nationalistic sentiment is very organic. I don't think someone created that in a lab. If you want to talk about the nationalistic romantic traditions of the 19th century, I don't even think it's fair to say that those were examples of it being created in a lab either. I think people are more than capable of being chauvinistic or nationalistic, whatever, without reading any theory whatsoever. And there's no barrier to entry. How many unique IPs in the thread? I'm curious to know that too. Please respond to the direct action thing. So what you said is that they did it to form a connection, but that makes better. It's taking down two flies with one strike, both improving image and material conditions. Okay, but your issue is pragmatism. Your issue is this idea that anything which is leading to the good outcome is good. I mean, I know it sounds like self-evident, like it's true. What does Destiny and Vosh call it? Consequentialism. Dude, you got to stop thinking in those ways, okay? In a sense, Protestantism is right. We are all evil. Everything we do is evil. Vosh says we buy computers mined by kids from Africa. It's true, we do. We all are evil. There's no way to be ethical in the sense you're trying to say. On a personal level, you can be. It is not the business of organizations, political organizations, to do charity for the sake of good ends, for moral good. Moral good is something individuals do. So when you come across a homeless guy on the street, individually, maybe it's a test of your good heart if you're going to help him or not. But when it comes to political organizations, politics is an ugly business. Politics is about power. It's ugliness. It's ugliness. You understand? It is not the business of a political party to have charity for the sake of moral good. Every single thing is about an indirect struggle for power. Nothing at all about it has to do with doing good for good's sake, for good's own sake. That's an individual thing. Or maybe that's a thing for families to do or friends to do. It's not something politics is for. You guys need to understand politics is an ugly, dirty reality. And I don't know how else to put it. And Western leftists just don't get that. And that's why they haven't gotten anywhere. They haven't gotten anywhere. You want to know why Bernie couldn't win? Because Bernie's a good guy. But you know what? He applied his goodness to his politics and it made him weak. And they stomped on him. They crushed him. The good test of someone who's good at doing this politics things, you have to be evil in your practice politically, but be good individually. Mao and Stalin knew how to be ruthless and evil when it came to political power. But on a personal level, I'm not going to lie to you guys, both Mao and Stalin and Lenin and all these people, they were exemplary, virtuous individuals. What I think you're missing out on is that power can only be achieved with the people behind you. But that's indirect visage. You're not helping the community for a direct reason. It's indirect the reason you're helping your community.
That's kind of the point we were making. That's the whole point we were making with the Black Panthers is, they were doing it to build roots in their community. And I mean, that's how they gained the support,
Visage
of Black
that
people.
isn't... Sorry.
I just want to say something from a slightly different perspective, because I think when people say roots in your community, they think what's left is talk about like organize your community, like community organization. I think the problem with that is that I don't think you at this point you can relate to your community if you actually has a coherent community that's you can direct contact with on a political level, right? It's not. It's like, what do you mean? Like, are you talking about building personal connection? Then fine. If you want to do that, like learn personally, building personal connection, then go ahead. But it's not something really on a political level in a significant way when you describe the so-called direct action.
Okay. And another thing is that, hold on one sec. Another thing is that, okay, yeah, sorry. See you later, no more libs.
Later.
Okay, man. This guy says he needs to read this. Dude, we know what Hinterlands is. This book sucks. I don't know, what do you guys think? I think this book sucks. I hated Hinterlands.
I've only read summary of it, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know a lot about it.
It's the guy basically makes the argument. He's coming from an ultra left type of communization perspective, and it really fucks up. We thought we would like Hinterlands because this is up our alley. Like thinking about the hinterlands and the peasantry and stuff. I hated this book. I hated it. He basically liquidation his views. I'm gonna say look that up. It is liquidationism. Telling them to look up and read books just like to do is be a force organizing the proletariat. What? He contradicts himself here. He was arguing that we need to get the fuck out of the armchair, wasn't he? Yes. But your armchair is dogmatism. You're not even working your mind. Work your mind. That's not an armchair. If you're actually putting your mind to work, it's not an armchair. I was talking about sterile dogmatisms that don't lead you anywhere. This shit probably will lead you somewhere if you take it that far. Okay? I promise you, if you put me, I'm just speaking personally, I'm not speaking for anyone else. If you planted me in any party or organization, it would be shaken up so badly they would kick me out. By the way, I've had those experiences. Why did the Black Panthers fail? I'll give you one sentence and then I can return to it if you want to bring it back up. I would say the Black Panthers failed because, let me think. It's a tough one. How do I simplify it? It's a tough one. Why did they fail? I don't know. I think it's a tough one. I think one of the biggest reasons the Panthers failed, from my perspective at least, is that they weren't able to operate at the level of a necessary scale beyond what is proximate at a community individual level. They didn't acquire that level of abstraction that a party could, like the Republicans or the Democrats. So that's one big part of it. Yeah, well, the reason it's feds is exactly what I'm talking about. You could have the FBI forge letters, and they didn't have the necessary infrastructure. That's one part of it. But it's way more complicated, but that's one part of it. Yeah, Reed Newton himself. Haz, what are your thoughts about Cerno? I don't know who that is. No political program, no outline of issues. Read these reactionary ideas. You're libs now. Look at bad faith bitches who put us out of context. And you're not laughing, you butthurt bitch. You're mad about how I fucked you up and how your BTFO is so bad. No political program. Yeah, no outline of issues. What issues do you want outlined? What issues do you want fucking outlined? You haven't told me which issues you want outlined. Read these reactionary idealist authors. We didn't actually say that. We just use those authors as examples of how diverse the people we draw from is. The only people who maybe we've said to read is Heidegger. That's it. We didn't tell you to read Dugan or Nick Land or anything. We just use those as examples. You should expose yourself even to the people who appear the most reactionary and evil. And by the way, nice use of idealism, stupid bitch. I bet Nick Land would fuck you in a debate. Basically fuck you in a debate. And prove to you how you're the idealist and he's more materialist than you. Because Land is the ultra Anglo-materialist, metaphysical materialist Anglo. What an idiot. You're libs, by the way. You are liberals. But I didn't think that was up for debate. I think everyone knows that. I'm reaching a wider audience. Lost 100 subscribers down to 470. I woke up today and we had 465. We didn't lose 100. We never had more than 500. We are at the peak we've always been. Hold on, guys. I'm not gonna let this go. I'm not gonna let this go. He said we lost 100 subs. I'm not letting this shit go. I'm not letting it go. You said we lost 100 subs. Get on your fucking knees, apologize, admit you're wrong. Objectively, empirically speaking, you're wrong. Factually, you're wrong. We didn't lose 100 fucking subs. We gained a fuck ton of subs. This proves everything else you're saying is bullshit. If you can lie, listen guys, if these bitches in this thread can lie and make shit up about this, what else are they making up? Huh? If they can make up this, what else are they making up? We lost 100 subs? Oh yeah. And your other representations are so accurate and in good faith, right? You fucking liar. Take it from me, this channel is growing fast. See, guys, take it from Composer Illy, the OG in the chat. He's got 500,000 subs. He says we're growing fast. I trust what he's saying rather than this dumb dipshit on fucking Lefty Poll. But why did he say we lost 100 subs? Did we have 570 subs? When? Well, to be fair... Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say we've been gaining a lot of subs, like very recently.
Thoughts on Richard Spencer? He's like a clown, dude. He's kind of funny, honestly. Like, his support for Biden was hilarious. He's a fucking... I don't know. I don't care about him. He spends his time fighting with Kantbot. What a world we live in. We don't fight with Kant. I like Kantbot. Well, to be fair, it's kind of both, and theory needs praxis, but he's still regarded for neglecting it. Dude, you don't know what you're talking about when you talk about praxis. How about I call your bluff and just say that? You don't know what you're talking about when you talk about praxis. You're talking about something you want to happen, Oh, I want to see changes in reality. But you're thinking of it in such an individualistic way. Fuck that. The first goal of anyone partaking in discourse should be write your damn footnotes. Seriously, this guy needs to get off YouTube and write. Dude, I've written books, but they're just not released because of bad faith bitches like you who take my shit out of context. So trust me, they're going to be released when they get released. I want to release my writings when I know there's going to be an audience for them that's not, in the majority, going to distort them. I don't want to release them when 99% of... This is what's going to happen if I release my books. Ready? Time to move to MS Paint. Very briefly. Right? This is what will happen. Logic chain time. Okay? Logic chain time. Oz releases his writings. Logic chain time.
God, I just spent so many time doing logic chains for university.
I gotta lower the font.
Why have I not solved that? I should have just used MS Paint to do it instead.
We're gonna keep using MS Paint till I get a better PC, and then we can use something better. Okay, this is another thing people overlook. Okay. Then, what's going to happen is that, here we go again, exactly, we're at MS Paint, gang. Here we go. I'm going to tell you what happens when I release my writings. First responses. This is what's going on. This is the logic chain. Now I'm going to title it. This is going on. See? Please release them. I would read and shill them everywhere. I gotta know there's more people who are like that. Oh, but where shit is blocking it. Here we go. Take a screenshot, guys. This is it. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. See? You guys see this?
From my screen, we are kind of blocking it still. Right?
Yeah, I took it out.
Okay.
So they can see now. Okay, that was enough time. I'm good now to MS Paint. Okay, that's why. Well, I'm gonna minimize MS Paint. Haz, this post image is actually a PDF. I know, dude. We have the book in our Discord. We have it. We just I brought it up again like a few months ago. Haz, release your My Little Pony writings. Haz, this post image okay. Base, taking down direct action, nice. Thank you for having the patience to engage with the retards, Haz. Do I have the patience? I don't know. There's no such thing as direct action. Yeah, now here the green cucks come again. The green text cucks are here again. Here we go with the green little arrow asshole. It's impossible to act directly because all actions are indirect. Yes, but you have to continue the dialectic. If everything is indirect, being indirect doesn't mean anything anymore. I'm saying that on the scale of the individual, all actions are indirect. Maybe something is directly happening on a non-individual scale, but it's not happening at the level of the action which is possible within the volition of a fucking individual. Simple as that. Answer me. What's your favorite Sonic game? Shadow the fucking Hedgehog, bitch. What do you guys think? You guys can answer it too.
I haven't played Sonic in like 15 years. I like some of the early Sega games though. Some of the early Sega games.
Yeah, I just like Shadow the Hedgehog for GameCube because you can use guns and shit in that game. I was always a GTA type of kid. Ha should embrace Maoism. You guys are turning me into
Late for what? The Republic to fall? It already has, and you just can't see it. Too late.
Dude, Ezra's the Star Wars guy. He knows all this shit.
Staying away from that recently.
There is no justice, no law, no order, except for the one that will replace it.
Exactly, dude. This guy understands Leninism. What's my dumbest take? I even forgot what I said. Oh, about the direct action? The game perfected... Oh, you're talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. I just like I like games with guns and shit, dude. I have low attention span. I was just one of those kids. It has to be like GTA. Sonic Generations, Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog lets you drive cars and ride bikes and have guns and stuff. And I like that. I always like games that let me have freedom to do that.
Justice
And also, I'm an edgelord just like Shadow.
is merely the construct of the current power base.
Dude, what a based... This guy would win the Communist Party. Darth Maul. He'd be a fucking great communist leader in the U.S. Bernie's like fucking... Who's that old cuck? Obi-Wan Kenobi?
But in these stories, like, usually the villains, on some level, are all good revolutionaries.
Yeah, true. Even Darth Vader was.
Yeah.
Sorry. Vanguard, I wonder how much correspondence CPUSA has. I don't know. Can you ask Ezra what's up with the CC acronym in the West? I feel like they cooked that up and used it overnight. What do you think?
Yeah, I wonder about that too. I mean, because officially, I'm pretty sure officially it's a CPC, but I think it just catch on and everybody started using it. I don't know. Maybe it's reminding of the CCCP or something. I have no idea.
I think it's pretty funny to have a hang-up with the idea of a vanguard when the entire point was that despite throwing out not even sources but authors, he's neglecting actually to make his own points. Because I shit on the Vanguard book, dude. I mean, not the Vanguard, but the Hinterlands book. But the Hinterlands book is made by like an anarcho-ultra. That wasn't a Vanguard book. So what are you butthurt about, dude? People can't relate to their communities to create direct action. No, they can't. My man, literally what is atomization is describing. I think atomization is just you're lonely personally. You're calling it atomization. We're all lonely, dude. Everyone is. On some deep level. Even if you're sleeping with someone at night, you're going to wake up in the middle of the night, and you're going to realize you're alone. So get over it, dude. Who gives a fuck? Stop using this word atomization. Okay? Listen, we're not atomized because we're here together, right? You guys are here in the chat. I'm closer to you guys in the chat than I would be with my fake friends in real life. How about that? I'm a Monster Hunter guy. I love Monster Hunter World. It's the first one I played, and I liked it a lot. You know, we're here together, guys. I'm closer to this 48 viewers we have right now than my fake friends in real life. You think they're my friends? They're not. And I'm not your friend. I'm not going to pretend I'm your friend. But don't say we're atomized, because we're not. We created a channel of communication. Just by throwing it out, sources by off. Almost like it's intellectual masturbation to these guys, and they want to make a big deal about how much they've read. Dude, you don't know how much time you're talking about in terms of our group. I'm saying I didn't like Hinterlands when we talked about it. We already did talk about it and discuss it. We did discuss it. I didn't discuss it to you. To who I didn't discuss it with. Sorry, you fucking narcissistic dumb shit. Just because I didn't discuss it with you doesn't mean we don't discuss it at all. We did. I'm just giving you a breakdown. I didn't like that book. You want me to explain why I didn't like it? I have to go back to what I said. Fucking idiot. Dumbass. Lots of people don't like Hinterlands because of that's not really why, even though it is really pretentious. I just thought it was a necrophiliac, ultra-left, communizer book, but I can pull up what I said so I can remember why I didn't like it. I just remember I don't like it. I have to look up and see what I said about it. Lads, if we post fast enough, he will get stuck here forever. There's not enough of you. It's like a handful of people who like Hinterlands here. Okay, what do you like about it so much? You guys are just really hung up on this. I release my books when I release them. Lazy Gami gets the... Dude, most of them are done. Most of them are done, actually. So no, you're wrong. Most of them are dumb. I'm not like Destiny. Because Destiny seems like he's very robotic a lot of times. I'm not robotic. I'm very emotional, as you can see. You don't know what praxis is? You don't. You're going to throw me more words. It's the mass organization of the proles according to theoretical... What does that mean concretely? You're just throwing me abstractions. You're not throwing me anything concretely. I'm saying you don't know what it means, not because I doubt your ability to recite a special definition, but because I'm saying you don't know what it means concretely. And your attempt to apply that concretely results in clownery. Bro, you're basically a communizer. No, I'm not, dude. I hate communization. I hate Gillis Dov. I hate endnotes especially. Watch our video about socialism in 2021, and you'll see how much we shit on endnotes. I fucking hate endnotes, dude. I have nothing to do with communization. I think it's the weirdest, cringiest shit ever. Oh, let's just communize, guys. I don't want to communize with you. I don't. Stay the fuck away from me. Smelly fuck. Haas doesn't think to type the text before he draws the box around it. Yeah? This is like a metaphor for the whole discourse or something. No, it's not, dude. I will be stuck here forever. I can relate. I would read his books. No, you won't. Most people will not read them. Most people are just going to shit on them, and then the sheep will follow, dude. It's the sad truth. I don't blame you, but that's just how this type of thing works. You know? Most people don't have time for this bullshit. So just like infrared, that's what most of us people are haters. They're just going to read our book, and they're going to be like, some Anglo butthurt guy is going to take us out of context, and everyone's going to go, oh, what a dumbass, oh, what a dumbass. And then you're not going to find anyone who's going to, it's going to, trust me, I know what I'm doing. We'll release them in time, okay? When our channel gets bigger, we're going to release our books, or my books. Right? If I get the consent of everyone in our, there's like 12 people, so we got to discuss it. He should honestly start a blog. What if I told you I have several blogs? You just don't know who they're, yeah, I do. Several blogs. I have several blogs, guys. You're just never going to find them. If you find them, I'll give you money. If you find them, I'll send you $50 if you find my blog. Depends on how long it is, and if we get a free copy. There's one I have in mind that I want to release for this channel. But I have to ask everyone. I will read your books. If you're not sure how, I won't. They're novels with Ray and Neon as the antagonists. Ray and Neon, come apologize and I'll unban you from our channel. Absolutely fucking retarded. A strike is direct action. It's only the action that gets results. Dude, strikes are not as significant as they are today as they used to be. There's the one going on in India, but it's not a workplace strike. So organizing a strike at that level, you couldn't do it. You leftist champ. Leftist boy.
Yeah, political strikes are not direct action, and that's what most significant strikes are today. They're political. They're meant to have some kind of bigger social meaning, not directed to just higher wages from a specific employer.
The way strikes catch on is indirect. It's a ripple effect. It's not direct action. It just catches on spontaneously. After like a domino comes, they're not organized like how you think they are. In India, it was different because institutions were the big movers. So that was. But that was institutions. It wasn't a direct individual creating a strike from his ass directly.
And also, you don't, especially in the West, you don't get results through strike directly, right? Like if someone in America goes on strike, the hope is garner wider public attention, right? So especially on social media, people see this, people is striking, and there's public pressure, there's political pressure. You don't directly just strike against your employer, and get any big political changes that way.
Neat. No, urban Maoism is not my account or my blog. Neat. You know how pathetic it would be for me to interact with my main Twitter account on the fucking infrared? Urban Maoism guy is based, and I DM'd him to ask him to come on, but he said he's gonna. I forgot what he said, but I think he said something like he needs time or something. I don't know. I guarantee he was. Guys, read this. I want you both. What do you think about this? This anonymous guy says, I guarantee you he has not written anything longer than like 20 pages.
Oh my goodness.
It's lacking critical information. Critical information you're lacking. Didn't they say they were going to start a Substack? You guys want to see our Substack? We have this lined up on our Substack. But I haven't worked on it forever because I'm in law school right now. But maybe I'll get around to releasing this on our Substack. But you can see it right now. Scroll. Quickly, take a screenshot. 50 FPS, 60 FPS. Come on, hurry. You have a gaming monitor, you can do it. 300 hertz refresh rate. Respond to this lefty poll, bitches. Book hoarding is grain hoarding. He's right, you know. I know I'm right. This is literally Haas. Dude, don't flatter me. Must embrace Maoist Leninism. Haas endorses Darth Maul. I do endorse him. What is this? Nope, this is pornographic. I'm not clicking on it. Dooku is a blanquist. What is this? Oh, we can end it, guys. There's only 2 more thingies left. Theory is the observation of the world. I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I think this is an empiricist take. I don't agree it's observation of the world. Both base and superstructure. I don't like these catchwords, dude. I think you should think more independently. Theory needs practice, vice versa. What are the mechanisms? I have several blogs, you just can't find them. Link your blogs, coward. Nope. Not gonna. Guys, context is everything, right? We just don't want you to take us out of context. Strikes in the U.S. were made effective by free... When? When's the last time? Oh, yeah, this guy's smart. He's defending us. Exactly. They haven't existed since 1947. Exactly. It's too difficult for you, I promise. No, it's just you're not going to understand the context. He keeps telling people to put their money where their mouth is and debating, but he won't put... Yeah, so what? I'm not anonymous, bitch. I'm right here. Who says that makes me... You're asking for the opposite. If I were to release books, then that would be anonymous. Instead, I'm showing my face and my skin and my flesh. And I'm not anonymous. So you are a fucking coward. Yes, you're right. I'm showing my face and my voice instead of text. That is objectively more brave than just releasing fucking books and writings. Why wouldn't he reveal at least one blog he's confident in? Because they're different contexts. It's different context. That's why. I don't just put shit out there and, you guys don't think like how I think. You don't. I do things purposefully. I do things with context in mind. But I'm challenging you guys to go find it. Find my blog. You won't find it. If anyone finds it, I'll admit that, yes, that's my blog. If you find it. I'll say, yeah, that's mine. I don't care if you find it, but I'm just not going to show... I do things with intention and purpose. If I were to link it to you, I would have to own up to the intention. I don't have the intention of doing it. But if you were to find it on your own, tough shit. I'll admit it. I'm not going to lie to you. Why would he... Is he afraid that written out thoughts can actually be critiqued holistically? No. And don't have the excuse of being a stream of consciousness like a live stream? Well, actually, it is kind of part of that. You can put words in an Anglo box. But I don't think that's the most effective way to convey what infrared is through writings. I think this is a way more effective way. As proof is in the pudding. As for putting our money where our mouth is, we are doing that right now, bitch. You come on our stream and debate us. Simple as that. No writing means anything, guys, if you can't put your money where your mouth is and own up to it with your voice. How about that? if you can't defend it with your voice in real time, chances are it amounts to nothing at all. I'm not using my writings as an excuse, but people keep asking me to put it into writing. I never once used my writings as a bluff and a source of authority to defend my position. Bitches. Who's saying bitch? Jake Squadron. Who's a bitch?
You want to debate us?
I've asked you to debate an hour? DM me right now on Twitter. I'll give you the Zoom link. You want to come on our Zoom and debate? You ignore my chats? What chats, you fucking pussy? You purple bitch? I'm only seeing purple on the first page. Bro, you're basically a communizer. That's your debate? That's what you call a debate, you pussy? You calling that a debate? DM my Twitter. I'll send you a Zoom link and come on the fucking Zoom. Bitch. You purple asshole. I'm looking right now. I can't find any purple. Fuck, maybe I just don't see it. Don't call me a bitch.
I don't even know what the argument is or what the disagreement is.
An honor. Come on our fucking stream and debate us. I don't have that DM. BRB, little boy. Okay, let's see. Call me little boy. Let's see what's going on. See what's going on. Haas, what do you think about Ray? He's a bitch. You're stuck here now? No, I'm not. How is the bass to catch up? Because I just explained it before. I'm not going to do it again. Rate this song. Oh, I saw this before on Twitter. I saw this on Twitter. Ezra, did you see this before? I can't hear you.
No, it sounds cringy though.
It's a Chinese social media guy. He's mocking the COVID in the U.S. I saw this before.
Yeah. It's funny.
资本主义国家人民的位高，一天来测不了，疾控中心揣着票子逃跑了。美国人民大雪崩，掀起了资本主义位高潮。
Responded.
I think it would be better if you actually
Good,
know
guys.
Chinese.
Mute your mics. Mute your mics. It's gonna get loud. Mute your mics. Our first person to actually come on and try to debate us, guys. Our first person. Let's see what he's made of. Let's see what he's made of. See what he's made of.
Is he coming on now?
Yeah, I gave him the link.
Okay.
Let's see. Our first guy to come on. He called us a bitch. He called me a bitch. Let's see. He called me a bitch. I'm waiting. I sent you the link. What's going on? You're downloading Zoom? Okay, well, we can wait. He's downloading Zoom. Are there any programmers in infrared? I think Viguarde. Does Vaz smoke hash? No. What is the best way to describe infrared if I want to introduce my grandparents? Don't look at a heart attack. Thoughts? Jesse Ventura is based. Infrared cannot be conveyed through writings. It is too enlightened on Eastern philosophy. We can be, but what content? I don't want to give you dipshits my writings. How about that? iPhone, enter the room. Okay, guys, mute your mics. Prepare. He's going to say the N-word. If he does that, I don't give a fuck. YouTube, it's one strike rule. Ready? Admit.
Oh, is it working?
Oh, is it working?
Are you making fun of my voice?
Are you making
Come
fun
on.
of me? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Show me your face. Show me your face, iPhone.
Sure. With pleasure.
Okay, so what's all that shit you were talking, calling me a bitch? What are you calling me a bitch for, huh?
I guess for me, it's... Look, I actually really like what you guys are doing.
Oh, wait.
No, you wait. No, I take issue. I'm
I'm muting him. Muting him for a sec. Because I'm going to speak my piece. First, they talk shit to us in text form, but then they come on to me face to face, and he tells me, I actually really like you guys. Now you want to be my friend that you see my face, and you see I'm actually talking to you in live stream. What happened to calling me a bitch, huh?
You talk a lot of shit yourself, and I felt like I had to fit character.
I never talk shit to you, though. I didn't say anything to you. We only talk shit to the people who talk shit to us.
Is iPhone still with us?
He called me a bitch in the chat.
This is hilarious.
Don't call me a bitch and then come be my friend. At least apologize first in the chat. What happened? He's out? I'm gonna DM him one last chance. One last chance. I'm not talking shit for the sake of a visage. I'm pissed. This guy calls me a pussy in the chat, and he comes on my stream and he wants to be my friend. Have the same energy. Have the same energy. Have the same energy.
Common says he's charging his phone.
He's trying to charge his phone? Okay, let him join back then. Let him join back. How do you expect people to debate you when you act like this? Because you act very rude and disrespectful in my chat, and then you want to come be my friend when you talk to me in person. How about that, Alfred? If you weren't such a fucking asshole dismissing us as a pothead philosophy, maybe I wouldn't come at you from that angle, Alfred. But specifically, he called me a bitch. You didn't call me a bitch, so I would have been easier on you, Alfred. I'd be a little easier on you, Alfred. But he called me a bitch.
What do you even want to debate about?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even know. I didn't see anything. He said I'm ignoring him in chat. I didn't see nothing from the purple guy. Nothing
Yeah, I didn't
at
see
all.
any arguments or any disagreements, except for that communizer statement. That was the only thing I saw.
How do you expect people to debate you when you act like this? You don't think you're being violent when you dismiss infrared like how you are in this thread? And how you call us schizos and spit on us and shit on us? You don't think that's fucking violent? You don't think that's also brutal? This is what I dedicate my fucking life to. You don't think that's brutal and violent what you guys are doing to me? When I'm just trying to express some meaning, just trying to say something, speak some the first thing people fucking do is dismiss us and say we're meaningless? Take us in bad faith? You can disagree with us. You can say you don't understand. But don't just call us meaningless. This isn't meaningless, guys. It's not meaningless. We're not saying nonsense. Damn, man. This pisses me off. Haas, any thoughts on hauntology? I'm not a fan of the aesthetic. I like Mark Fisher personally, but I'm not a fan of the aesthetic. Comment if you listen. Anyone who apologizes to me for being an asshole, this beef is squashed. Okay? If you apologize, beef is squashed. But don't call me a bitch and then act like I'm gonna be your friend when you come on stream and face me. Don't talk shit and not apologize and then come on stream and then be nice and be my friend. Honestly, I'd expect more of these infrared guys if they make some proper music. We have to be DJs now? Does infrared work as a collective to make your books? It's not infrared's books. It's my books. That's why. That's why I have to ask everybody and see what everyone thinks. We all do things individually. Other people have written stuff too. Still 27 minutes behind. What are you missing out on? Nothing. I wonder if Haas has any writings about video games. I don't. If this person to go to Gulag, would you?
Fuck you! Go to Gulag!
Is this porn? Debate time. Let's see if they have the medal. First person to come and debate Haas. Is it you, DDR Anon? Take him out of context and greed text this badly. How many layers of irony? Plays a Chinese guy singing, Ezra, is this you? What? I said, Ezra, did you see this before? Because it's from Chinese social media, and Ezra speaks Chinese.
I think they're just trolling.
Okay. What are they talking about? Haas, have you read Jason Unruhe's analysis of the fallout economy? No. What do you think? Sorry. What do you think of the Dalai Lama? I don't care about him. He can... Yeah, I don't give a fuck about him. Fuck no way, I'm this high-pitched creature. Okay, now I feel bad. I feel bad now. Honestly, I feel bad. But he called me a bitch, you know? I'm just in attack mode. You know? Don't come at me when I'm in attack mode. Apologize for doing something wrong. I'm not an asshole, guys. I'm not going to be an asshole for no reason. But I am going to defend myself. I'm not no bitch. You understand? I'm not no bitch. He must never be allowed. We missed the chance to a legendary debate. Why don't you debate him like you promised? I think DDR likes us. DDR has said good things about us. So I don't think DDR is our enemy. So if DDR came on, I'd be very polite and respectful. People give Haas a hard time for being emotional and unhinged, but he actually gets mad at... Yeah, see, DDR is a nice guy. If he wants to come on and discuss with us and express subtle disagreements, then I will be very, very civil and I will not be mad. Okay, Jake wants to redeem himself. Hold on. We are brutal and violent towards him. Please say we were hurting Haas. I didn't say that. I never complained. Calling me a schizo is literally violence. I'm saying I'm just dishing out what you... I'm giving back what you've given to me. I'm not crying about it. Unlike you. When are you this easily triggered and your first contact is a streamer with fucking lefty pull? Apologize, lefty pull. I would, but... 1,000 years of suffering. Someone draw this. I'm not an asshole. I'm sorry. I didn't say I'm sorry. I'm just saying... Don't attack me and then expect as the first ambassador. He wants me to send the link again. The value of Heidegger thought of Marxism depends on which. Okay, let's do this. Send the link here. Okay, redeem yourself. First of all, I'm gonna give you a chance to apologize. And if you apologize, we can be civil. But you gotta apologize for calling me a bitch, or else we're not gonna be civil. So you apologize for calling me a bitch, then we can be civil. I just sent you the link. I just sent you the link.
I think he said he can't access Twitter or something.
He can't access Twitter?
I don't know why.
He thinks I'm going to put it in the chat. I can't put it in the chat and let anyone join.
Yeah, it would be stupid.
I can't put it in the chat.
Give us an email. Give us an email.
Give us an email. No, I can't send here. Give us an email. I'll email you. My Twitter is inaccessible on my laptop. So make a new one. It's not that hard to make a Twitter. Hold on, my phone is back. Chill, wait. Wait, I have Twitter again. Hold on, okay? I'm waiting. No, I don't want to use Discord. It's a shitty app. Oh, he's in the waiting room. Admit him.
I can do it to your face, but I was hoping to go outside for a second. Do you mind if I switch my video off now that you see me?
Okay,
And I'll
sure.
apologize.
Okay, sure.
I'll apologize. Immediately, in fact.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, here's the thing. You have to understand that with this YouTube stuff, it seems like everyone trades in spectacle. You speak politely, no one listens to you. You act like a dipshit, everyone listens to you.
Okay,
this
Jake,
is just the facts, and you know this too, Haj.
Jake,
You know
from
this
the
too.
bottom of my heart, I did not see any of the first comment of yours I saw was you saying I'm a communizer, and you didn't say anything else. How am I supposed to respond
talked to you
that?
about Marxism.
You called me what?
Heidegger, Marx synthesis. I've talked to you about plenty of stuff. See, I was polite and you didn't notice, Haj.
I'm scrolling up the chat, and I don't see you anywhere. The first message I'm seeing of you anywhere on my chat.
Yeah, because I've been here since the beginning of the call.
I'm looking right now. I only saw you when you called me a communizer, bro. You're basically a communizer. You never.
So we talked about We talked about Marcuse. We talked about some theoretical dogma to first principle. It wasn't debate. But then I said I'm annoyed and that I have a bone to pick with you. Because I think that there are certain things
you expressed. Okay, I remember this. You expressed you were annoyed. How am I supposed to know whether you're just annoyed at the way the stream is going, or whether you're annoyed at my theoretical whatever? You didn't make that clear to me.
Okay, so what if I told you that they're intertwined?
That what?
They're intertwined.
Okay.
My frustrations with the way that the stream is going about, it has to do with my frustrations about, some of the theoretical content.
Okay, go ahead. What's your problem?
I think that when you are contending with these online MLs, and you are expecting them to engage with people like Heidegger and Deleuze, who they've already been taught to dislike.
We're not. What I'm expecting them to do.
That is the goal.
What I'm expecting them to do
for them
is not attack us and dismiss us off the bat. They're free to ignore us. But I think people are interested. Here's the issue. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm interested.
But here's the issue.
I'm interested.
Hold on, let me just say this. I'm going to explain to you the issue. The issue is this. I know out there on Lefty Pool, there's a thirst for this kind of new shit. And that's why infrared's getting popular. But as infrared gets popular, there's a lot of people on this website and MLs who are coming to attack us and trying to kill us in our cradle. That's what I'm responding to. I'm not worried about the fact that there's MLs out there who are interested in Heidegger and Deleuze. I know they exist. I know they're out there. My beef is with the dogmatic people who are trying to kill us in our cradle and trying to stifle that creative energy and that thirst for freshness that we already know at infrared. We already know is out there, and the proof is in the pudding. Our videos get overwhelmingly positive responses across the board. Sorry,
this has been a breath of fresh air for me. I mean, just to give you a little bit of context, it was so funny for me because in school, my focus was actually looking at Deleuze and Heidegger in relation to Marx. So yeah, I mean, this has been fantastic. It's been really, really exciting.
So what do I call you, Jake? What's your name? Jake?
My name is Pranav. Some people might know me as Eudaimonia, but my name is Pranav.
Okay, let me tell you something. All of that other beef aside, me making fun of your voice and shit, I was just really heated. I was angry. But I'm going to give you props. You're not a pussy. You came on our show. You use your voice. You're speaking to us directly and plainly. And I respect you. You earn my respect.
Yeah, I mean, but you still mock my voice. That's okay. I know I sound like a 7-year-old girl, but that's besides the point.
I only did it because I was gonna mock it either way, no matter what you said, because I was angry.
Mm-hmm. All right, can I say my thing though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that the thing you have to contend with, you guys have to contend with, is you're taking your cues from new left influence or outright new left thinkers. And of course MLs are going to be alienated to that. That is not their natural mode of engaging.
Who's new left to you?
Who's new left to me? Well, I think that, certain things like, the inclusion of psychoanalysis, which I personally trace to stuff like surrealism and Bataille, I think that constitutes a critical element. I think that the Heidegger Marx synthesis is one of the most critical considerations of the new left, especially in terms of trying to like reconceive of social relations. And that's, of course, another conversation about whether that's a concern. And Deleuze, you know, the people who would have been into the new left, let's be real, you know, they're into Deleuze.
Okay, here's a few issues I have with that, though. To me, the new left mediates Heidegger through Marcuse, if I'm pronouncing that right. The second issue is that psychoanalysis is also mediated through the Frankfurt School, seems to me, by the new left. The two things that we're engaging with from psychoanalysis, which is Lacan and Deleuze, already position themselves outside of not only the new left, maybe even the left in general. Badiou was a Maoist in the 60s and 70s, but even later on, as he matured, he's outside of the new left at that point. So to me, I know what you're trying to say, they're new thinkers, but I just think the things that Marxist-Leninists don't like about the new left, which is their obsession with culture, is not necessarily something that incriminates these thinkers we're referring to.
Yeah, and, you know, I think that the misconception, right, and, you know, I think I agree with your frustration about the use of the term idealism, right? I think it's grossly misused, especially in that thread. But, you know, I think that the thing that is kind of like intimidating is I think that ultimately you're putting forward, like, we need to radically, like, reconceive of our consciousness in terms of how we understand capitalism, how we understand socialism, and consequently how we understand our relations in it. Like, it's very alienating, you know, if you haven't been able to sort of think like these things might be operating simultaneously, or they might even exist in like a kind of strife and antagonism or contradiction with each other.
Okay, but sorry, what? I mean, like, so you're saying what exists in contradiction?
What I mean to say is, right, I think that, you know, the phrase "we live in socialism" needs to be acknowledged with something that you exist as in, you know, simultaneous mode, right? Which is that there is something about, you know, capitalism that continues to exist in our society.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And, you know, I think you have to spell that out for people, how those two things are in like kind of battle with each other if you don't want them to, like, you know, be little bitches.
There's two things. There's two things that I have a problem with that. The first is that when we have tried to say that, they call us schizos. They say, so you believe we live in socialism and capitalism? You're schizophrenic. That's what they're going to say. Okay? And that's just what they say. And because they don't think dialectically. The second issue concerns the fact that it's not necessarily my view that the contradiction is between this socialism and this capitalism. I think the fact that there's elements of capitalism that have survived socialism is superfluous. I think even from Marx and Engels' perspective, there's aspects of capitalism that survive socialism. The way I'm thinking about socialism and the things that survive about capitalism, the persistence of markets and commodities and this kinds of circuit of capital itself, the profit and all this kind of stuff, I consider these epicycles within a larger type of new socialism. To me, it's not that there's a contradiction between capitalism and socialism. The contradiction is internal to socialism itself. That's why one of the ideas I have is an idea of communist civil war, that the main contradiction is internal in the 20th century to world communism, with the Sino-Soviet split. And that the thing with capitalism is kind of the past to me. That's kind of the angle I'm coming from it. Where there's a contradiction within socialism that is necessary to confront and recognize and face somehow.
But one still invokes capitalism. And I think that clarifying and spelling out what that invocation is and why that invocation exists is critical.
Why do you think it's critical? Just what your view is.
Because of the fact that I think when you meet the socialist at face value, right, and we can totally frame them, you know, as this kind of like, you know, frustrated, alienated, low-level tech worker, or, you know, the downwardly mobile person who went to the liberal arts college. But I do know some people, you know, who call themselves socialist, working class, they like Bernie, whatever, right? You know, they've been told the reason that life sucks right now is because of capitalism. right?
But that's the issue I have, is that to me, in my experience, and the experience I think a lot of other people in infrared, that doesn't hold true from the masses. Blaming capitalism is something that is coming from programmers and downwardly mobile type of PMC type people. Most ordinary people I know, working class people, capitalism is abstraction. They don't blame capitalism. And maybe from a populistic perspective, they'll even go out of their way to say crony capitalism because they can see it's a fake type of free market, fake type of capitalism.
Yes.
On paper.
No, I agree with that.
Abstractly and on paper, nobody has an issue with capitalism. We all love this idea of competing on the free market and, you know, fighting it out with competition. We all love this. A lot of working class people love this idea, but they can see the system is rigged, so they call it crony capitalism. So the reason I have a problem with popular left-wing anti-capitalism is because, to me, it precisely only does appeal to this kind of insulated, downwardly mobile, metropolitan elements.
But don't you think that, you know, if you seek to educate Westerners about, you know, socialism, you kind of need to validate or like vindicate their resentment of what they understand the system to be?
But here's the thing, is that I'm almost a Jordan Peterson conservative when it comes to that. I don't want to validate their resentment. I want to tell them to think positively and keep fighting and keep always thinking positively. Never ever give in to resentment. Always have love, only love in your heart. I'm that.
Okay, so now we're coming down to the essence of my problem with you, right? Yeah. I think that the natural conclusion to the people you've referenced, and this is why it's made me so happy, is what you're describing, right? You know, that positive thinking, that articulation of what can we become? What is tomorrow? You know, what is love? What is the recognition of another person as a subject instead of an object? The essence of alienation, right? And, you know,
right? It's kind of quip. It's like it's both.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the solution, right? That is kind of the solution that needs to sort of be made aware. But, you know, my problem is actually that I feel like when you've been dealing with critics who don't understand that, you've just been bitter, right? Where is that positivity? Where is that showing people, where are we going from here? You know, for me, the EFF is not the solution to that. The EFF is not my where do we go from here. And that also frustrated me.
Okay, we'll get to EFF, but the first thing I want to say about the reason I have this all the negativity is because people think we're weak, and you have to prove you're strong in this wild and wicked world of ours. So that is going to come with some ugliness, but I'm only spitting out what's being thrown back at me. But at the end of the day, I'm ultimately not bitter. At the end of the day, for example, at the end of the stream, ultimately my view is positive, my outlook is positive. It's these little things that anger and frustrate me, but ultimately it doesn't lead me to a position of existential bitterness. You know? And regarding the EFF, I never said that this is our... Well, actually, there is this kind of theme in our socialism video that the EFF, the wound is already reconciled. All of these themes about we already live in socialism, the wound is already reconciled. Organizations like the EFF already do exist that Western leftists need to learn from. I think these are all part of the same alley, but I'm curious to hear what are your objections with the EFF thing?
So I think that I agree with you. There is a lot to be learned. Especially, I think that something very clarifying that a lot of people need to understand is that constant is land reform. It's absolutely land reform.
Land reform. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
It's absolutely land reform. And I mean, I think that they're doing what they have to do. At the same time, you know, this is a party that emerged out of resentment. You know, I think that at the end of the day, you know, it emerged out of people taking a militant stance in the ANC's youth wing, right, and being resentful of that. And I think that at the end of the day, they just needed to be mad at Zuma, right? Like that was what was necessary at the time.
They needed to what?
Be mad at Jacob Zuma.
Okay.
Right, and just agitate, right?
I don't think... Sorry, I don't think that's our interpretation. I think our interpretation is that the Americana massacre disclosed something existentially fundamental about the current order in a way that has not really been revealed before concerning this issue of the contradiction of living, being. So I don't really agree that it's all anger and bitterness. I think
but I guess why...
If you listen to the EFF songs, you can't really come out and say they're all about anger and bitterness. There's also a deep element of love for the people that's coming from EFF. So it is about.
I spent a lot of my childhood in South Africa, and I actually sang many of those songs. So like I can certainly empathize with that. I can certainly empathize with that. But I guess for me, right, the sites of optimism about the South African situation, they aren't emerging from these electoral parties. They're emerging from the fact that, say, the miners' union is saying enough is enough, fuck Kutsatu, right? It's coming from the fact that, the Communist Party is following suit simultaneously. So you're seeing these various institutions. And I note this because of what you say about the CPUSA, right? And for me, I just feel like we need to be looking at the actors making the demands more so than the people who are currently like sitting in that shit show of a parliament.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Perfect. Loud and clear. The first thing I want to say is that it is significant to me, though, that the EFF was a splinter from the ANC. That's something.
Yes,
and to me, the EFF is not a traditional party. You're right about that. But even this is something you can think about if you want to think critically about the EFF. We're in no position to critique them. I'm not in a position to critique them. But I wonder to what extent they still take the ANC as a party for granted. I wonder. But that's besides the point. Even if they don't don't need to take the ANC for granted, the reason I look at the CPUSA is because I want the left to have a brand, to have a corporation, and from there, a more fundamental type of what I like to call it is the trace. You read Lacan, so you know what I'm talking about. The new signifier, which is what I consider the EFF. I think only after we have our own corporation can that dialectic be initiated. But I understand the stagism can be misleading because this is a kind of stagist thinking. But I think having a corporation, forget about the stagist logic, can at least clarify for us where the site of the new signifier and the new meaning is. But first, we must have our own corporation, our own brand.
Totally. Yeah, so I think that actually, what comes to mind when you bring that up is, say what you will about Bernie Sanders, but I think a very, by the way, I apologize, there's some trucks going by. Should I go inside?
It's okay.
Okay. Was when you had the primary in Nevada, right? And you have basically union leadership running their mouth, claiming that because the little people were being extra on Twitter, that these people are monsters, right? And, rank and file goes and they say, fuck it, right? There are people I know who aren't in the union who need this too. That is what excites me, I guess, right? And I believe that carries over to the corporations that you're describing. When I think about the rank and file in, say, the CPUSA, or I think about the rank and file in most organizations, even the PSL, which has proven to be disappointing, you see this amazing, inspiring spirit in a rank and file, and then the leadership is fucked. It's broken, right? And how do you get that spirit of the rank and file into leadership is my question.
So regarding Bernie Sanders, we actually never were dogmatic about Bernie. We, for a time, our group, our clique or whatever, we were looking at Bernie as our guy for a really long time. It was only recently in 2020, which is kind of late, I guess, that we were saying, okay, Bernie's done. He doesn't have any more potential. But
yeah, I agree. Yeah.
But so we're not the type of people who we're hating on Bernie. I think some of us were even in Bernie's campaign. Not me, but some other people.
I was.
Okay, I don't want to name
it. Yeah. I don't find it shameful. It's an interesting experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think that, right, for me, something I was recently talking to someone about, right, was in policy, of course, right, Bernie Sanders' policies resemble, say, a Christian Democrat in Germany. Yeah. However, the sort of spirit of the socialism in what he was saying seemed to be, when he said, on day one, I'm going to go be with the workers in Kentucky.
Well, it's an interesting thing. Policy and all that is kind of relative. It's not really the essential thing. And you probably know that, right? It's all about what that means in the context of the country you live in.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, and I think that is one big part that you sort of need to clarify, right? Because, I mean, so for me, my big feeling about a lot of these MLs is in a very strange way. And I don't mean this literally per se, but, a lot of MLs, and a lot of lefty MLs especially, are kind of closet left comps,
Yeah, very true. Very true. Very true.
Insofar as, right, it's all program.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, I think the question, and maybe this is something that also frustrated, you know, me, was like, I think contextualizing, you know, what the implications of these various and particular programs are in several countries is important to sort of clarify how we're living in socialism. And how, you know, you see advancement in ways that don't feel aesthetically compelling to a lot of the people who sort of are viscerally responsive to the way that you're approaching it. And, you know, it is a method, right, that is ultimately dialectical and, you know, is certainly scientific socialism in the spirit of like Wissenschaft.
But, you know, some people hate us because you know this from Lacan. So you know Lacan. You're like a theory person. So I don't have to, use detours like how I do with everyone else. So I can just spell it out directly. You know very well that people find ways to enjoy what is, even by their own standards, a failed and futile and complete dead-end type of position. And what I've always noticed from the left, including Western MLs, is that they've learned to enjoy their complete, depraved, failed position. And that's the source of their hatred of people like Infrared. They hate us, and they have all this dogmatism toward us because we're ruining their circuit of jouissance. We're ruining it for them. We're taking it away from them, and we're forcing them to confront the castrating and traumatic, big, old, wide world in a way that they're just not comfortable with. So that's where a lot of the frustration stems from. A lot of these people are not innocent. Most of them, the people who, listen, let me tell you something, what I've observed from our chat. Most of the people who are with us and like us actually are not from established backgrounds at all. They're actually type of new people. They're new people, right?
Yeah.
The people who hate us are the people who have been entrenched nerds. I don't want to offend, but they're those. You're probably not offended by that. They're those type of people who have learned how to enjoy what is an objective failure. They've learned how to enjoy it and adapted to it, and that's why they hate us so much.
Mm-hmm. But I think, you know, is there not a place where you can empathize with it? Because for me, right, you know, and I think that there is something to be said about like fiercely holding kind of tightly to this distinctive method, right? Why is it that you guys are committed to calling yourselves MLs as compared to, say, communists?
Well,
right, like what is it about the, like, you know, about the Russian Revolution and, you know, that sublation of the sort of German theoretical basis, reconciling, you know, the fact that the German Revolution in itself failed, like that is so appealing to you that you're willing to bring in all of these guys who rejected the Soviet Union into the conversation again?
Well, to me, Marxism-Leninism is, we identify with it for the opposite, and this is another point I forgot to get to, for the opposite reason than most do. For us, this is not a hardcore, ultra-radical thing. It's almost the type of centrist position given today's global context. For us,
yeah, it's the Marxist center.
Exactly. Marxism-Leninism is just a baseline acknowledgement. It's where you begin from. It's an index of definite historical experience of the 20th century and the contemporary era, because we do consider socialism with Chinese characteristics a part of that. Furthermore, but I also wanted to say something about the Communist Party. You know, the reason we even entertained this idea of the CPUSA, and I don't even think this was my idea. I think this was Ezra and someone else's idea. Luca's maybe?
Luca and I, yeah.
Yeah, you and Luca's idea. This was like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
And the reason we even entertained it was precisely because we considered the CPUSA a Marxist center. We considered it not on the basis of its politics. Don't get us wrong about that, because they're kind of
course,
Clintonite.
yeah.
They're Clintonites, and they're even more. They're even mainstream by the standards of the mainstream. They're against Bernie. They're with Hillary in a sense.
Yeah, of course. They had the fucking Faustian bargain during the New Deal, and, you know, they never looked back.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing with the popular. We discuss all this stuff, but you know, for us, it was because the brand had such entrenched name recognition in America. Even if it's negative, Communist Party. You know, why not have that simplicity? Yes, we're the Communist Party. It's as simple as that. We're the plain old, good old Communist Party. And I think that's it's really powerful to begin from something like that, to me.
I think I want to make a quick point here. I think parts of the struggle, I guess, obstacle that I think is unavoidable is that the message, because our video is viewed by all kinds of people, not just hardcore ML. And for different people, like socialism or communism means different things. Like Haas have said that lots of people who really resent, but paradox, in fact, not really paradoxical, but on the opposite side, people who are new to this, people, all Americans, people from, ordinary people, when they hear like communism, when they hear socialism, it means something very differently, but in some sense more true to its meanings than many of the online leftists are. Like, especially when they hear socialism, they represent something more true, because they know that socialism is something more deeper, more profound than formal definition of ownership of means production, and communism more something more real than something just airy-fairy, sugar-coated, whatever, like state of society. And what we are interested in this is they are already familiar with it on a deeper, almost subconscious level, and with the legitimacy of American liberalism that's currently being destroyed by Trump and also by the Democratic Party right now, and to a large degree by the left, really. But because they're in it, they're beginning to. There's this space which people may look into. So I guess we're not just doing it for the lefty pole people. That's all I'm saying.
Of course, yeah. I figured. Yeah. No, I mean, and I think that, I guess what I bring up when I think about it in relation to that, right? And I think about this, well, actually, to sort of walk back initially on what you were saying about how I think, let's say the unobsessed person might, right? I guess what I sort of think about in that context is the phrase socialism is when the government does stuff. And, what I find interesting about that, right? And, let's take this in contrast to say, the framework of, what communism will be, right? The abolition of state, the abolition of money, so on, right? Whereas one seems immediately like denial, the other one seems like possibility.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another thing too, is that I actually like the government does stuff definition. I don't like any definition, but I prefer that one, because saying a society is moneyless and classless isn't saying anything at all. It's just speaking negatively, That doesn't tell you anything about what it is, what the implications for positive being communism has. But for me, those implications cannot be drawn out by giving doctrinaire, definitions and depictions of a future society, but only by the example of a definite and concrete position in relation to reality. For example, if communists were to rise to the challenge of taking a political position, a positive one, similar to Jimmy Dore's force the vote, something like that, I don't know, maybe it's not a good example, but something along those lines, then eventually the meaning of what it means to be a communist would be proven by example, by a thread of definite, practical working examples, and people would say those are what the communists are, and people would connect the dots and see how it's consistent,
Yeah, and I mean, but I think what needs to sort of come alongside that, right? And the two examples actually I think of in the USA, and I think you guys have brought them up both, right, are the Black Panther Party with, free lunch programs, and then simultaneously the CPUSA with, the credit unions that they historically built up in the early 20th century. Right? And I think part of the way that, you can help people understand that communism, right? And I think that this is another thing, right? When you call yourself a communist, you can say, we are trying to even push towards assimilation of socialism. And I think that that's, something that's worth noting.
There is that, but there's also a thing that we think there's also a wisdom of socialism and socialism with Chinese characteristics. And we've identified that at the level of this issue of sorry, this is some bullshit on my screen popping up. We identified that at the level of this issue with individualism, this radically dynamic, supra-individual market processes, and this creative destruction of so-called unique to capitalism. We consider this a dialectic and a process that is not halted with socialism, but we're in a sense accelerations. We believe it's accelerating.
Sure, yeah.
And communism is the essence of that acceleration.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, right, I think that kind of what all acceleration is wanting history to charge forward.
Well, if you, by the way, your name sounds somewhat familiar. Unamodia. Are you on Twitter with that name?
Yes, I'm on Twitter.
So you're adjacent to the acceleration crowd, right?
Oh, no, I don't have any crowds.
Really? I think I've seen your handle before, Unamodia.
I mean, it's like a catchy philosophy term. So.
Oh. It sounds so familiar. It sounds so familiar, though. I don't know. I think I've seen you around somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, go on.
But yeah, I mean, sure. But I think at the same time, and this is another thing, right, with the ML crowd and socialism with Chinese characteristics, is I think something that does need to be contended with in the dialectic is that, what is going on of recent in China is a leftward turn that I think when you look historically is rather surprising. And I think that if you really want to sort of make the case for socialism with Chinese characteristics, which I bring up because of the fact that I think it's another element which is, triggering people, is you have to contend with, so for example, like, what do you make of the fact that, the state-owned enterprises became Fortune 500 companies, right? And what does it mean that it was only several years into, the Xi regime or the Xi, government, that you started seeing that leftward turn, right? What happened?
The what turn?
Right, and how do we sort of
contend
with the fact that they were going in a direction that really felt as if it was socialism for the rich, and now suddenly we're seeing something change.
Sorry, I missed what you're saying. Into the Xi years, what were we saying?
Leftward, I think.
Leftward?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, this is, I think, how I would approach that. First, I think, to me, I'm going to speak individually. To me, socialism with Chinese characteristics is not a voluntaristic thing I want to implement in America. I don't look at it that way.
Of course, yeah.
What I see it as a fundamental challenge to Western Marxists that they have not made sense of theoretically, or they have not justified how this is not socialism. Believe it or not, where I was coming from originally, my position, was that I wanted to critique socialism with Chinese characteristics and prove how, according to Marxism, this is a deviation. But I soon learned this is not an easy thing to do. And eventually, I came to appreciate the wisdom of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Regarding these issues of the Fortune 500, I think this even calls to question. I mean, this is actually kind of the crux of why I say we live in socialism. Even something like money and profitability, these are, to me, these seem more and more ephemeral, information-based, signal-based, not really indicative of golden, and quite literal, it's not backed by the gold money, right? So,
yeah, I mean, I think to some extent, right, in terms of like, if we're thinking about it in terms of like America, right, it feels like the two turns you could argue, right, make that sort of socialism for the rich, right, are the introduction of fiat, and then secondarily, like the kind of con done by Reagan that we're going free market, but really what we're doing is cutting taxes and creating a debt that we will never get out of. But that's fine in a way.
I've written things as outrageous as that Reaganism was the first type of American socialism.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you.
You do? Wow.
No, I'm with you. That's exactly why I'm frustrated.
Yeah, I've said Reaganism was the American socialism because it's the first type of, I don't like saying aestheticization of politics in Benjamin's sense of fascism. But there is an aestheticization of politics unique to socialism as well, just in the sense that politics becomes libidinalized. You know what that means, right?
Yes, of course. And I mean,
Yeah.
I think that, we now face, right, a world in which that was so internalized and imprinted, right, which I think speaks to its remarkable capacity as an aestheticization in the first place. I think it was actually Henry Kissinger, I don't remember where the article was, who was speaking on Margaret Thatcher, and, he said, the remarkable feat of Thatcher was that she was not only able to shift the Conservative Party, but to shift conservatives and labor.
Yeah. To me, this whole neoliberalism thing, this new supposed decentralization, to me, the only reason this was possible is that, like China, it was because state socialism was already so profoundly, state corporate socialism was already so profoundly consolidated that the next step of privatization, to me, privatization presupposes the consolidation of socialism before. And that's also why why before I had such a hard time critiquing socialism with Chinese characteristics. It simply is this. If the only program of socialists today is to renationalize what has already been privatized before, how is that the actual site of the social commons? You know what I mean by that? How is the fundamental site of our social commons something that has already been privatized? Isn't the site of our social commons, which is to be nationalized, something more fundamental than these privatized? You know what I'm saying by this or no?
Well, I mean, I guess
Like,
maybe the way that I can understand it is in relation maybe to socialism with Chinese characteristics. So are you sort of, with, say, a state-owned enterprise, are you understanding that as this kind of complication of the notion of a public and private commons?
No, I think the interesting thing about socialism with Chinese characteristics is that a state-owned enterprise means something entirely different to my knowledge in China. They're far more dynamical. They're far more contemporary, up to date. They're post-neoliberal, so to speak. But
they are the best managed state-owned enterprises in the world, bar none.
Right. But what I mean to say rather is that our real social commons relevant to socialism is always something necessarily out of our purview, subterrestrial, hidden, occluded. And the whole thing is that socialism brings it to light, brings it to surface. So to me, how can our social commons be something that has already been disclosed as our social commons, which is these companies that have been privatized? Isn't our real and actual material social commons something that has to be discovered anew? How can it just be renationalization?
Well, this is why I kind of feel like, you've arrived at a kind of like, and when I say new left, like what I'm saying is like, you're picking some pretty hippy-dippy people to talk about.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not against nationalization. I just don't think it's enough.
No, but like, yeah. I mean, I think more so what I'm saying, right, is it leads to a sort of consideration of a very difficult subject, right, which is how do we, and this isn't like cultural, right, because I'm thinking about on like almost the material level of it, right, but how do we engage with each other? How do we interact with each other in a way that like realizes that? Would
you say you're thinking more about this kind of, I don't want to call it psychological, but this more libidinal level of collective reality?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. You're 100% up our alley here. We've never said it publicly yet because I never used Lacanian or Deleuzian terms that much publicly because I think whenever you use psychoanalysis or draw from psychoanalysis explicitly, people interpret you from a university discourse perspective. And even Lacanians fall victim to this. Most people interpret Lacan through the university discourse as a form of psychiatry. And it's so easy for people to make that mistake. But ultimately, the reason we had such a profound interest in the EFF, the reason we're coming from the strange background that we are, is because we think that the EFF is operating at this site of the higher, I don't like to say psychological reality, but it's at this kind of, if to use the hippy-dippy term, astral level of collectivity. That's digital, and it's all corresponding to this. We're definitely up the alley of the kind of Landian accelerationists, Deleuzians, this technophile Deleuzian type people. I'm not dogmatically bound by them, but it's not foreign to us, you know?
Yeah. That's interesting, huh? I don't know. I feel like I'm taking up too much of your time, so maybe I should dip out.
You're honestly not. Honest to God, you're not. This has been a wonderful conversation, and you know what? You made me feel really bad for like making fun of you and coming at you, attacking you.
Well, I don't know what shit you were speaking, like, you know, when my phone was dead, but that's fine.
I was just complaining. All I was doing was complaining that I was complaining about you calling me a bitch. That's all I was doing. But basically, you know, I want to say this to everybody. You know, guys, if you actually show yourself and compose yourself with honor, not only do I respect that so much, I encourage it. I want people to put themselves out there. I want to encourage people to have the confidence to put themselves out, because the more we can do this, the more powerful we become, guys. Because these BreadTube guys, they're not as powerful as you think. They just have the confidence to put themselves out there. This person, Unimodia, if they made their own channel and put themselves out there like this, they'd easily surpass BreadTube and shit. They're so knowledgeable. I know they're knowledgeable because they know what I'm talking about when I talk to them. They don't call me a schizo like how Left People does. Because they have the confidence to put themselves out there, they could easily grow big, and we could easily thrive and create our own network. And we don't have to agree on everything, but I want people to put themselves out there. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to discourage people and make fun of people, but at the same time, you know, I also am a very emotional person. So when I'm being attacked and stuff, sometimes it's hard for me to mistake the enemy for, you know.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Because I know it's a cruel world out there. You know, it's a cruel and brutal world out there. You know.
No, and I love talking shit. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm happy to do it if necessary. But yeah, you know, I think if I were to say something to the lefty pole people listening in the audience, who you're speaking to, because it's certainly not everyone. It's certainly not everyone. It's actually the only place on the internet where I can kind of sit back, relax, and chat with people about the things I care about in a comfortable way, which I think is its role. But never let your worldview inhibit your curiosity.
I agree.
Don't call people schizos just because you don't understand something.
Agree with that 100%. 100%. You know,
use everything to grow it.
Mm-hmm. And also, I think part of me thinks they like it when I'm getting triggered and stuff, and that's why I kind of don't tone it down, because I feel like everyone is entertained and it's all content and everyone's having a good time, you know?
No, it's really funny, you know? I mean, clearly everyone's coming out to, like, see what's going on, you know? And I think in many ways, you know, the good thing about, you know, getting all worked up, right? And if people go, like, come on in, like, a productive and, like, exciting ways, like, I imagine that's how you'd want to grow infrared.
Exactly. Yeah, it ultimately does come down to that. We are just trying to really grow, and so far we've been very successful. But to be honest, we don't have a secret sauce. If you are as knowledgeable as us, and it sounds like you are up our alley, you are very knowledgeable. You know, someone like you could do really well like us, you know? Maybe even better. But it's just a matter of putting yourself out there, and I respect so much how you came on. You actually had a conversation with me. Because I can't tell. When these people are anonymous, I can't tell if they're just trying to waste my time. But clearly you're not, you know. Clearly you actually are about it. You proved you were about it. You know, you were actually had something to say.
Yeah. And, you know, I do want to show some love, you know, at a place that's been of great solace to me during quarantine. You know, and say that there are a lot of people out there on that site who, like, actually have a lot of love and respect for you guys.
We know, we can see it. We can see our people, you know.
And, like, you know, I think that you can also see that those are the people who are really engaging. And I think, and it's true of these people too, right? I think they also get salty and they derive a pleasure from resenting some of the more closed-minded, you know, positivist-minded, Anglo-minded people, right? But, you know, I think that, you know, even more important than converting anyone is clarifying among ourselves, you know, what is our dynamic approach, right? Yeah. You know, is it a belief or is it a method, right? Is it, you know, a goal or is it a tool or is it both? And if so, how do you make it both?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely on the Heideggerian turn, so we want people to get out of the mentality of tools and using things, and how do I get from A to B, and more think about where are we in the first place,
Yeah. No, I mean, maybe even more accurate than that, right, is I think a lot about that scene in 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? At the very beginning, Dawn of Man, when, you have the caveman, like, see the monolith and then grab the tool, and, like, that's the beginning. I disagree with that assertion that the tool is that beginning moment, or agriculture is that beginning moment, right? I think that the beginning moment is actually when, human as hunter-gatherer meets wolves, and they recognize that reflexively a collaborative process to nourish themselves will yield far more reward for everyone than an individualistic approach.
Yeah, the movie's profoundly American. This whole thing of beginning with the tool it's an American.
Yeah.
Very
And Kubrick hated the left.
Yeah, it's
But yeah, on that, maybe I should head out. I just wanted to chat, ask some questions. I'm sorry for being a brat in the way I communicated it.
Let me up. You don't know how bad you made me feel like shit. I'm gonna go to sleep feeling like shit.
You shouldn't feel like shit. I mean, I think we had a great conversation, and at least you recognize that my bitches weren't necessarily calling you a bitch.
Yeah, I was just in the defensive attack mode. You know what I'm saying? And sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, it's good fun. Yeah, and I think that at the end of the day, it's great for someone to be talking shit on Bosch and Destiny at all times. And, all of those market socialist fuckers, and they need to know, we are ready for you. We are literally ready for you. Just come. Come.
It's definitely a case of the bigger fish to fry. Ultimately, these are the final bosses of infrared, and we're going to have to face.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, keep doing it. I'm a supporter. I just wanted to, sort of say my piece about how the audience might be receiving it as a fan. Yeah, and hopefully I'll talk to you guys later.
And listen, email us, and if you want to have more conversations with us, we won't always be able to do it on the fly. We'll always be able to at least schedule a time. And then if we're on stream and we're just chilling, usually if you want to come and say your piece and maybe even argue with us, now that I have the ability to be respectful and stuff. So
absolutely. And I mean, it's all very interesting. People are finally talking about theory on a fucking stream, real theory. This is theory.
Yeah.
And it's fun. It's we're thinking about who we are.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you so much. All
right.
Do you have anything you want to shout out? Any kind of
Yeah. Check out my Instagram. To see pictures of my cat. I will post it in chat when I get off.
Okay, for sure. Okay, thank you so much for coming on.
Have a good night.
You got all our respect. Appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good night. That was actually a great conversation.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Have a good night.
Good night. Wow, guys. See, guys, we can be respectful. Okay? Can be respectful. Should I check the rest of Lefty Pool? Or?
No, I don't think we should waste time. We give them enough attention.
Okay, guys. For the love of God, nobody do this. What if someone posted a debate socialism that was really good? Okay. All right, guys. I think that's it for the Lefty Poll. So we're back in the full screen. So
that conversation was such a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, very pleasant surprise. I honestly thought that we were just gonna have someone come on and just start screaming the N-word.
Yeah, I thought he was trolling too. I thought he was trolling us at first, but
I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect. What are your thoughts on street activism? Generally, I'm ambivalent towards it. As the CEO of Lefty Ball, you are officially one of us, Haas. Nice. Yeah, dude. We'll check this thread next time too. But I don't know if we can devote this much time to it. So we're gonna have to be very selective about what we read next time. But we'll check it out the next stream as well. What do you guys think? It was a good stream? We should end it here?
Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Yeah,
Just gonna go eat dinner soon.
I gotta eat as well. But guys, it was a great stream. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, guys, but 100% Saturday. It's gonna be lit on Saturday. We're gonna have so much fun Saturday. So,
All right.
Yeah, this stream is definitely gonna happen Saturday. I mean, unless I have really bad luck. But I think we're gonna cap it off here, and I'm gonna try to have something lined up for Saturday as well. I'm still not sure if I should do another educational one Saturday. Maybe I'll save that for next week. But yeah.
Are we going to keep this one?
Not on our main channel page. All of our streams can be found on our playlist. Click on our channel, go to playlists, and go to live streams, and all of our streams can be found there. And
Thanks for coming, Composerly.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. It's so surprising to see you in chat, man. See you later.
Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
Yeah, later, guys.